Chapter 2048. Seeing the old man take out the medallion again, the Injong Grand Sage couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't reach out to take it. What was so important to Yan Wei had been rejected twice today. He wondered what Yan Wei's reaction would be once he found out about this. The Injong Grand Sage looked at the old man and sighed. The martial warrior clan had participated in the last invasion, but they didn't do so in the name of the martial warrior clan. After so many fierce battles, the martial warrior clan, who had always been at the front line, had long been defeated. They knew this, so they didn't take out the medallion to command others. If it weren't for Qing Feng, the medallion wouldn't have appeared in this invasion. You should keep this. The world has changed. We don't need the medallion anymore. Looking at the martial war medallion before him, the Injong Grand Sage revealed a rare expression of emotion. In his memory, he could still clearly remember the scene when the martial war medallion first appeared. At that time, when the martial war medallion appeared, all the heroes in the world obeyed its orders. Even the saints responded to the order and did not dare to be negligent. Grand Sage, this is for the world. The old man was stubborn. He knelt down again and handed the medallion to the Injong Grand Sage respectfully. Seeing this, the Injong Grand Sage didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The world now is no longer the world of the past. We don't need the medallion anymore. These powers have gone against the teachings of the past. They don't care about the martial warrior clan anymore. Do you think I can order them around? The martial warrior Che Xiao was stunned. Remembering that he hadn't recovered his Saint Plane, he could only take back the medallion. Looking at the depressed martial warrior Che Xiao, the Injong Grand Sage said, "Your martial warrior clan has done enough for the world. We'll leave the matter of fighting against the outsiders to the other powers. As for what the world will become, it will depend on the choices of these powers. Perhaps everything is predestined." Looking at the Injong Grand Sage, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. Among these people, he was the weakest. But now, everyone was listening to him. They even seemed to be obeying him. Next, everyone discussed something about this world. As a member of a different race, Yi Qian found it inconvenient to stay here. Yi Qian was keenly aware of this and left the room. Keep this martial battle order first. Take good care of it. There will be a time when you need it. Grand Sage Injong looked at the old man. His tone was solemn. Che Xiao nodded and kept the war martial order. Then Grand Sage Injong looked at Zichen and said, "You didn't agree with those forces to deal with the outsiders. That was a wise decision. I'm not stupid. I won't be used as a tool by them. Today we agreed to an alliance. Who knows, they might stab us in the back the next day," Zichen said, curling his lips. "Your caution is not without reason. But even if they want to fight, you can't continue to stay here." Injong Saint nodded. "Why?" Zichen looked at him strangely. Qing Feng and the other two also didn't understand. Zichen was definitely the strongest person in the heaven realm in this world. If Zichen was here, the outsiders would be chased out very quickly. Why couldn't he continue to stay here? You have completed your mission. Your mission has been completed. The heaven-defying ones have left because of you. If you choose to stay in this world to deal with the outsiders, you will be wasting your time. Based on the scale of the outsiders' invasion in the past, there should be more outsiders coming to this world in the future. This battle may last for hundreds or even thousands of years. This world is very limited for saints. If you stay here for too long, you are destined to be unable to break through. When the heaven-defying ones return, this world will no longer have the power to restrain them, Supreme Sage Injong said. They still dare to come back. Naturally, they won't dare to come back for now. But after they become saints, they will come back again. Furthermore, even before they become saints, as long as they have clues about the Thunder Divine Hall, they might come back earlier. Thunder Divine Hall? What does this have to do with Thunder Divine Hall? Zichen didn't understand. The great sage Injong looked at Zichen and said, Although part of the reason for the invasion of the outsiders is because of you, the main reason is still the Lightning Divine Palace. The outsiders have never given up on entering the Lightning Divine Palace. The purpose of their invasion is also the Lightning Divine Palace. The reason why Joey wants the Martial Combat Token is because the Martial Combat Token can sense the location of the Lightning Divine Palace in this world. It was Zichen's first time hearing about the Martial War Order. He turned his head to look at Martial War Order Che Xiao. The latter nodded, indicating that what the Grand Sage said was true. So many outsiders invading this world just for the Thunder Divine Hall? Could it be that they all want to become gods? Zichen asked again. Whether or not the Thunder Divine Hall can help people become gods is just a legend, other than becoming gods. In the eyes of the outsiders, the Thunder Divine Hall is a place of great opportunity. For the Thunder Divine Hall, they didn't hesitate to invade. When that time comes, it will be a true disaster for the Zhanwu continent. Yin Zhong Grand Sage looked at Zichen and said seriously, "You in the Heaven Realm is just the beginning. You only have the means to protect yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that the saints of this world all went to stop the outsiders from invading the passageway, you would have long been attacked by the saints of the outsiders. The saints of the outsiders will invade this world sooner or later. Therefore, it's better for you to leave as soon as possible. The saints of this world all went to stop the saints of the outsiders because of me." When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. "It's not just for you. It's for the entire world. The saints can't be compared to the Heaven Realm. This is a realm that transcends. It's not easy for the saints of the outsiders to enter the Zhanwu continent that has complete laws. They need a special and stable passageway. This passageway must also avoid the detection of the laws of this world. The reason why you can't see any other saints in this world is because they all went to stop the saints of the outsiders from invading." This question answered the question that had been in Zichen's heart for a long time. Now he finally knew where the Thunder Sage Beast and the others went. After explaining everything, Qing Feng and the other two left. Only Zichen and the Yinzhong Grand Sage were left in the room. Yinzhong Grand Sage's right hand knocked on the table, and his left hand shot out a beam of energy, isolating the space. He looked at Zichen and said, "Actually, in the path of growth, you still have a shortcut that you can take." "What shortcut?" Looking at the mysterious Yinzhong Grand Sage, Zichen was startled and blurted out, "That Yi Qian has an extraordinary background, and I can see that you helped her this time, so she has some feelings for you. Now that the two of you have matured, you're like ripe fruits on the tree. It's time to pick them. Once the two of you are together, you can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. It will save you a lot of time." Yinzhong Grand Sage stared into Zichen's eyes and said with a bewitching tone, "Could this be true?" Zichen's eyes widened in shock. Yinzhong Grand Sage rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. Yan Wei spent so much effort to get her here. Do you think this is child's play? Let me tell you, I can guarantee this with my head. Once the two of you are together, as long as she sincerely helps you, you can enter the Saint Realm. What do you think? This is perhaps the only chance in your life that you will encounter. This might save you hundreds of years of time." Grand Sage Yinzhong's bewitching voice rang out again. Zichen furrowed his brows slightly and his expression changed. "You don't have to worry about whether the little girl is willing or not. If she's not willing, she can't continue to stay here. Let me tell you, she's actually very happy to be with you. But shouldn't this matter be consensual?" Zichen said with some hesitation, "You silly boy, are you an idiot? With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you still want to fall in love? This is an opportunity and also an opportunity. Of course, it's also a kind of transaction. Both of you won't lose out." Yinzhong Grand Sage's suggestion did move Zichen, and he was not stupid. He could vaguely guess why Yi Qian wanted to stay. But as Zichen said, This matter had to be consensual. It even had to be built on the basis of feelings. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was very silly. But to live in this world, we should have our own rules and principles, and not be unscrupulous for some benefit. At this moment, one beautiful figure after another appeared in his mind. There was the gentle and lovely Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, who was as pure as a green lotus, Shang Guanyu, or who was as ethereal as an immortal, Wang Xianer, who was filled with sordid intent. There was Dong Qing, who silently sacrificed herself for him without asking for anything in return. Jin Qingqing, who was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation despite her disfigurement. There was Shang Guanhong and many other beautiful faces. There was even Guyu, who had once perished. Along the way, he met many women and let many of them down. A long time ago, his heart could no longer hold anyone else. Naturally, he could not let others down. Zi Qin, who was originally hesitant, disappeared as these faces appeared in his mind. Zi Chen's hesitation disappeared and his expression became firm again. If he really was with Yi Qian, he believed that the four women would understand him and still silently support him. They could forgive Zi Qin, but Zi Qian could not forgive himself. Although it is a pity to miss an opportunity to become a saint, if I, Zi Qin, want to become a saint, I must do it with my own strength. Yi Qian and I are friends, and we can only be friends. Zi Chen's eyes were firm and his words were bold. Good boy, you are indeed ambitious. Sensing the change in Zi Chen's emotions and hearing such bold words, the Yinzhong Grand Sage's face was filled with gratification. He said, "It is indeed difficult for you to become a saint, but compared to those fake heaven-defying cultivators, it is relatively easier. Furthermore, if you really choose to enter the saint plane this way, I have to say that it will have a great impact on your own potential. Also, it will have a great impact on that little girl. Originally, she could have gone further, but if you do this, she may stop at the saint plane." Is there such a thing? Zi Chen was a little surprised. Chapter 2049. Regarding Yi Qian's matter, the great sage Yin Zhong spoke very seriously. As for the previous bewitchment, it could be considered a small test of his temperament. I feel that you should step onto the Star Road as soon as possible. He strongly urged Zi Qin to leave quickly and not waste time. Stepping onto the Star Road, you will encounter many uncontrollable things. Remember to be careful. The great sage Yin Zhong did not forget to remind him. It's a bit rushed to leave now. Before I leave, I have some matters to attend to, said Zi Qin. Matters to attend to. The great sage Yin Zhong was startled at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "You have contributed a lot to this world, but this world has also nurtured you. So when you do things, you have to think carefully." Zi Chen naturally knew what the great sage Yin Zhong was referring to. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing." "Right. I heard that you came from the Zhan Wu continent." The great sage Yin Zhong suddenly asked. Yes, too many people knew about this, and it was no longer a secret. In this world, there are quite a few powers that are related to the Zhan Wu continent. The invading foreign races' first step would be the Zhan Wu continent, and their second step would be the Tianwu continent. That's because no one can be sure which continent the next lightning divine hall will appear on. As he spoke, the great sage Yin Zhong frowned, as if he was thinking about something. His expression gradually became serious. What's wrong? Seeing the rare change in the great sage Yin Zhong's expression, Zi Qin asked curiously. As the foundation of the world, the Tianwu continent has many secrets. I remember that there is a special star road in the Tianwu continent. A special star road. Yes. After the star road appeared, it has only been opened a few times. It is said that it is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. It is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. Could it be that no heaven-defying people have entered it before? There is only one true heaven-defying person, and this generation is you. It is said that the Star Road is very dangerous, but it has many benefits for heaven-defying people. If you're preparing to return to the martial heaven continent before you leave, then I suggest you go look for it. If you find that star path, you might be able to enter directly from there. However, that star path is very dangerous and very difficult. You have to consider it carefully. I will think about it. Dispelling the energy barrier, Zi-Chun prepared to leave the room and head to the room next door, where Yi-Qian lived. Right at this time, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Azure Peak walked in. "Qing Feng, what's the matter?" The two of them looked at Qing Feng. "Zi-Qin, great sage, it's time for us to leave. We need to go back and gather our forces. We're going to start the war against the outsiders. These are the spoils of war from before." As Qing Feng spoke, two items appeared in his hands. One of them was a spatial ball, which contained all of Zi-Chen's gains. They were all obtained by Zi-Chen. In Qing Feng's other hand, he held a palm-sized crystal that exuded an oppressive aura. This is... Looking at the crystal and sensing the saint aura within, Zi-Chen frowned slightly. "That's a saint crystal. Little guy, where did you find it?" Great Sage Yinzhong's voice came from behind. "From the body of an assassin," said Qing Feng. "This thing doesn't exist in the Zhanwu continent. Instead, it can be found in the endless starry sky. However, it's extremely rare. For the assassin to have this on him, I believe it was a reward from Yue. He just didn't expect to die at your hands." Seeing that Zi-Chen had no intention of taking it, Qing Feng said, "This thing also has attributes. It's not compatible with me. After refining it, the chances of me breaking through are very low. Even if I give it to him, it won't be of any use." However, Great Sage Yinzhong changed the topic. He didn't say anything else. He just stared at the Saint Crystal, his expression somewhat embarrassed. This former great sage was now coveting something belonging to a junior. If news of this spread, it would damage his reputation. Zi-Chen smiled faintly and decisively took the ball and the Saint Crystal. Then, he casually tossed the Saint Crystal to Great Sage Yinzhong. This thing was indeed useless to him. However, since the Great Sage showed that he wanted it, it was obviously of great use to him. He might even be able to become a saint again. Taking the Saint Crystal, even with Great Sage Yinzhong's composure, his eyes were filled with excitement. There was a knock on the door. Yi-Qian's slightly nervous voice came from the room. Zi-Chen pushed the door open and entered. When Yi-Qian saw Zi-Chen, she asked, "Zi-Chen, why are you here?" Zi-Chen looked at Yi-Qian and said, "I want to talk to you." Yi-Qian, who didn't dare to look at Zi-Chen, blushed when she heard this. She lowered her head and said, "What do you want to talk about?" "Talk about your business. Why don't you invite me to sit down?" Zi-Chen smiled. Sit. Yi-Qian was a little flustered. After gesturing for Zi-Chen to sit down, she sat opposite Zi-Chen. Although she had already made up her mind, Zi-Chen personally came to her door at this moment. This made Yi-Qian's feelings become complicated. This complicated feeling was unreasonable and contradictory. She hoped that Zi-Chen would take the initiative, but she also didn't want this to be a transaction. After sitting down, Yi-Qian lowered her head and didn't say a word. Looking at the silent and depressed Yi-Qian, Zi-Chen was about to open his mouth and take the lead to break the silence. At this moment, Yi-Qian suddenly raised her head and said, "Let me speak first." Zi-Chen was startled, but after seeing Yi-Qian's complicated expression, he nodded. Yi-Qian didn't open her mouth. There was silence. Silence. There was another long silence. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Both of them didn't say a word. Zi-Chen was a little confused, but Yi-Qian's expression was constantly changing. "Forget it. I'll say it myself. Although this is originally a transaction, if I take the initiative to mention it, I can still leave a beautiful memory in my heart." Yi-Qian had already made up her mind. She didn't want this to be a simple transaction, so she had to take the initiative to mention it. This way, in her heart, there would still be room for her to fantasize about Zichen. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian looked at Zichen and said, "I think we can start now." "Start what?" Zichen was startled again. "The matter between you and me. Back then, when I made my choice, you won against Kuwei, and you are the strongest. Now that I have made my choice, I can help you become a saint." When she said this, Yi Qian's tone was very calm and firm, and there was no room for refutation. This was completely a transaction. However, Zichen clearly saw a trace of indifference in the other party's eyes. Perhaps this trace of indifference was because Zichen had taken the initiative to look for Yi Qian. Although Yi Qian had already made up her mind, Zichen had come to her on his own accord. This caused her to feel somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. "Become a saint, Yi Qian. You misunderstood my intentions." Zichen quickly understood the change in Yi Qian's mood and couldn't help but laugh. Misunderstanding. Yi Qian looked at Zichen. "I'm here today to talk about you, but not about becoming a saint. Isn't that the same thing?" "Of course not," Zichen said seriously. "I said before that this kind of thing can't be used as a transaction. Now I still say the same thing. Zichen, don't need to take this kind of shortcut to become a saint. This time I came because I heard some things about you, and I felt that it was necessary to tell you personally." "What is it?" Yi Qian asked curiously, but there was no doubt that warmth rose in her heart. "Your physique is very special, and you have a magical ability. But what I want to say is that you don't need to make a choice. You just need to be yourself. You don't need to give this uniqueness to others. As long as you can successfully become a saint, then you, who have not made a choice, will explode with even greater potential." This was the first time Yi Qian had heard this. She was a little stunned and very touched. Ever since she knew that she had this ability, the people around her had been constantly told that they would have to make such a choice one day. Zichen was the first to tell her that there was no need to make a choice. "I'm not lying to you. The Inzhong Great Saint told me that once you make a choice, it's the same as giving your potential to others. If you don't make a choice, your future will be limitless." Hearing Zichen's words, Yi Qian's eyes reddened, and an apologetic look appeared on her face. She knew that she had misunderstood Zichen. "Because of your potential, it will be more difficult for you to become a saint. But I believe that you will be able to use your own strength to open the divine road." Yi Qian was very touched. Her eyes turned blurry as she looked at Zichen. "Go to the Star Road. It should be helpful for you there." After saying what he wanted to say, Zichen stood up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, Zichen looked back at Yi Qian and said, "By the way, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend." Yi Qian nodded. She was a little choked up and could not say anything. "I'm going to collect some interest. I won't see you off when I leave. We'll meet again if fate allows." The door closed and Zichen left. But Yi Qian could not hold it in anymore. She lay on the table and cried. This was the grievance that had accumulated for many years. The pressure that had been in her heart for many years was finally released at this moment. She finally did not have to worry about making a choice. She did not have to consider who she would choose. She did not have to suppress her hesitation and helplessness in her heart anymore. She did not have to secretly cry because of fate when no one was around. After crying enough and tired, Yi Qian wiped away her tears. Looking at the closed door with her swollen eyes, she mumbled, "Zichen, thank you. Actually, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend. We'll meet again if fate allows." Yi Qian left this world. She did not return to her own world. Instead, she entered the deepest part of the first continent. All the heaven-defying cultivators did not dare to enter the Star Road from this world. This was because it was more difficult to enter the Star Road from here, but she stepped on it without hesitation. Without the trouble of making a choice, she wanted to fight for her future. In order to not be forced to make a choice in the future, She wanted to step on this so-called most dangerous star road. This would be her starting point. Yi Qian left. Zi Chen did not send her off, but he knew that she had left. Next, it was time for Zi Chen to move. He needed to collect some interest from this world that had once wronged him. For his first stop, Zi Chen chose the Thunder Clan. The reason he chose the Thunder Clan was because Zi Chen himself was a thunder martial artist. He had deep feelings for the Thunder Clan and was also searching for the Thunder Clan's roots. Of course, there was another reason that could not be ignored. Chapter 2050. In the era where saints did not appear, Zi Chen had undoubtedly stood at the peak of the world, becoming a peak heavenly realm expert that everyone revered, an invincible existence in the same realm. Possessing such strength was once a secret to him, but now it was no longer a secret. For example, after the war, Zi Chen did not have the qualifications to know where the other members of the Thunder Clan lived, because he did not have the strength to go there. Now Zi Chen did. In the first continent there was a sea of lightning. Only immortal sovereigns could pass through this sea of lightning. The Thunder Clan lived in this sea of lightning, and immortal sovereigns were the lowest standard to pass through. Thunder rumbled and lightning snakes swam. Zi Chen looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with mixed feelings. After so many years, he finally found the Thunder Clan. However, he was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he was very calm. Zi Chen stood outside the sea of lightning, looking ahead in a daze. He did not immediately enter. At this moment, the sea of lightning rolled and lightning surged. A figure appeared from within. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zi Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. This person was Lei Meng, who had helped Zi Chen in Misty City. More accurately, his name was Lei Meng. Back then, Lei Meng was an undying and indestructible paragon, while Zi Chen was only a realm lord. Today, Zi Chen was already at the peak heavenly realm, and Raymond had also successfully stepped into the heavenly realm. When Lei Meng looked at Zi Chen this time, there wasn't much joy in his expression. There was only restraint and apprehension. "Brother Raymond, why are you here?" Looking at Raymond, Zi Chen gradually collected his thoughts, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "It's me, I know why you're here." Raymond, who was nervous, smiled bitterly when he heard Zi Chen call him, but he also relaxed a lot. As long as Zi Chen still remembered old friendships, it was fine. "You know why I'm here." Zi Chen was even more surprised. "You should be here because of what Lei Dong did, right?" "What I want to say is that Lei Dong did all of this as he pleased. It has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan. You have to believe that the Thunder Clan will not deliberately target you," Lei Meng said again. Hearing Raymond's words and seeing his expression change, Zi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time he came to the Thunder Clan to look for Lei Dong and settle some personal grudges. Who would have thought that Lei Meng was actually worried that he would deal with the entire Thunder Clan? It seemed that when he had blocked the entrance of the Luo family for so long, he had indeed intimidated the forces of this world. Even Raymond, who was familiar with him, was so worried. While shaking his head and laughing, Zi Chen suddenly thought of a problem. His face gradually turned cold as he asked, "That Lei Dong, has he already run away?" He made a trip back and then left very quickly. It is said that he stepped onto the star path and left. Lei Meng's expression became increasingly bitter. This was exactly what he was worried about. Now that Lei Dong had escaped, Zi Chen's anger might be transferred to the Thunder Clan. And now, although the Thunder Clan had recovered some of their strength, they still didn't dare to go head-on against Zi Chen. "You are also a member of the Thunder Clan. Back then, I didn't tell you where the Thunder Clan was because your strength was too low. Come with me, we can go take a look at the Thunder Clan." Raymond turned and walked towards the Sea of Lightning, Zi Chen following behind him. Now he was really bold. Even if he encountered a saint, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, he wasn't worried that Raymond would play any tricks. "Actually, I have always disagreed with Lei Dong taking action against you. Even many of the elders in the clan said that if the two of you joined forces, you would definitely be able to restore the prestige of the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, Lei Dong is the current clan leader, and this was personally appointed by the old ancestor. After the old ancestor left, I was forced to go into seclusion. Now that Lei Dong has left, I can come out. There was a lot of helplessness in Raymond's words. It wasn't only his own, but also the helplessness of the other members of the Thunder Clan. With Lei Dong's strength that wasn't weaker than heaven-defying, he was definitely the strongest person in the Thunder Clan. Such a person naturally had the absolute right to speak in the Thunder Clan. But what Ziqin cared about wasn't this, but the old ancestor that Raymond mentioned. Hence, he asked, "Is the old ancestor you're talking about the Thunder Sacred Beast?" Raymond's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to question Ziqin's disrespect to the old ancestor. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the old ancestor." Not only did he personally appoint Lei Dong as the clan leader, he also praised him for his extraordinary talent. Even in some aspects, he was even better than you at heaven-defying. Hence, the old ancestor gave Lei Dong some pointers, which allowed Lei Dong to have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The Thunder Sacred Beast was known as the old ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Such an existence rarely praised others, but he actually praised Lei Dong, and even said that he was stronger than Ziqin in some aspects. Clearly, Lei Dong was really extraordinary. Ziqin caught the meaning of Raymond's words and said, "It's pointers, not imparting." Yes, Lei Dong's heavenly Tao was not imparted by the old ancestor. The old ancestor only gave him some pointers. As for where he got the heavenly Tao from, we don't know. As he spoke, Lei Meng glanced at Ziqin with a strange expression. What's wrong? Back then, Lei Dong intended to leave the heavenly Tao behind. But this time he suddenly returned and destroyed all the incomplete stone sculptures. Then he left. It's said that he entered the Star Road. Ziqin rubbed his nose and couldn't help but be startled. Clearly, before Lei Dong left, he had guessed that he would come. Fortunately, he destroyed the inheritance of the heavenly Tao forcefully. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the Sea of Lightning and entered the Thunder Clan's spatial world. The moment they appeared, Ziqin saw that there were quite a number of people standing in front of them. Most of the people from the Thunder Clan had a violent temperament. However, when they stood here, their expressions were very cautious. This was especially so for some of the older generation figures. On the other hand, some of the younger ones revealed more curiosity in their eyes. Following the appearance of Ziqin and Lei Meng, the old men leading the group immediately bowed respectfully and addressed them as Lord Ziqin. Seniors, Ziqin is only a junior of the Thunder Clan. How can I receive such respect? Ziqin quickly went forward and helped the old men up. He had feelings for the Thunder Clan. The reason he came here this time was purely for Lei Dong. He had no intention of involving the Thunder Clan. Ziqin's attitude was surprisingly good. It was obviously different from the rumors. This surprised the old men. However, they were still careful and did not dare to consider themselves as seniors. Ziqin could not help but snort coldly in his heart when he saw the expressions of the crowd. It must be because Lei Dong had said a lot of bad things about him in front of these seniors. Otherwise, they would not be so afraid of him based on the rumors in the outside world. You're the heaven-defying Ziqin? You're the one who chased the heaven-defying experts of the other races out? But you don't have those devil horns on your head. Right at this moment, a very young voice rang out. Ziqin looked over and saw a 7 to 8-year-old child from the Thunder Clan. He tilted his head and looked curiously at Ziqin. There was a puzzled expression on his young face. Beside him were several other children. They were also acting the same way. The smile on Ziqin's face did not diminish. He looked at the children and asked, "Who told you that I have devil horns on my head?" It was Uncle Lei Dong. No, it was the clan chief. He said that you're the reincarnation of a devil. He said that you have devil horns on your head and a very savage appearance, said the child from earlier seriously. He also said that you have a bloody mouth and a violent temperament. You kill people like flies. Right. He also said that you're insatiably greedy. You steal everything and haven't seen the world. The group of very pure children did not feel the slightest bit of malice from Zichen. Furthermore, the smile on Zichen's face looked very kind. Thus, the children fought to open their mouths. They did not pay attention to the pale faces of the adults not far away. They were constantly winking at each other. The children are speaking nonsense. I hope Lord Zichin does not mind. Besides Zichin, an old man hurriedly spoke up. Children's words carry no harm. Why would I mind? Zichin lightly smiled. He was naturally not angry, but he was a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had not hesitated to collude with the devil race for the position of clan chief would actually change his character here. Although the evaluation of him was malicious and slanderous, it was not difficult to hear that Lei Dong was really good to them from the words of these children. This guy looks like the next time we meet, I'll have to let him die a more miserable death. The smile on Zichen's face did not diminish, but in his heart he secretly increased Lei Dong's punishment because of this false slander. Zichen listened with interest as the children described him. The others did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from Zichen. They more or less breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Without the fear from before, when the crowd looked at Zichen again, there was an additional trace of curiosity on their faces. I've already said that Zichen is a person of loyalty. It's a pity that none of you believe me. Let me ask you if he was really as bad as Lei Dong said and would do anything to achieve his goals. Why would he fight to the death for his beloved? Why would so many of his companions be willing to die with him? Even the ancestor was willing to help him. Looking at Zichen sitting with the group of children, Lei Meng softly said. The group of elders nodded, a rare look of shame appearing on their faces. After a short period of interaction, the real Zichen was undoubtedly worlds apart from the Zichen described by Lei Dong. For a moment, the crowd had their own opinions about Lei Dong. Staying with the innocent children, Zichen's state of mind seemed to have become pure. Under the shocked expressions of the elders, after giving the little fellow some toys, Zichen began to tour the entire Lei clan under Lei Meng's lead. As they continued forward, Lei Meng was clearly much more relaxed, and he was able to talk cheerfully. That was the place where Lei Dong was going to leave the heavenly path technique. It's now completely destroyed. There was a rare trace of disappointment in his voice. Zichen walked forward. There was a huge mountain wall there. The wall was made of a unique thunderbolt stone. There were some patterns carved on the surface of the thunderbolt stone. However, these patterns were now completely destroyed, and the entire mountain wall was in pieces. Chapter 2051. Lei Meng's meaning wasn't difficult to understand. The so-called demonstration was also teaching. Although Zichen coveted Lei Dong's thunderbolt seal, he shook his head without any hesitation. No need. I believe that one day Lei Dong will give it to me with both hands. Lei Meng smiled but didn't say anything. This was a grudge between Zichen and Lei Dong. As long as it didn't involve the clan, everything was fine. Buzz. At this moment, the light in front suddenly trembled. A thunderbolt emerged from a thunderbolt stone. This light turned into Lei Dong's appearance. He stared at Zichen with a cold expression and sneered, Zichen, you're too late. If you want to snatch my things, come to the Star Road. However, you better come early. If you're late, I will have entered the Saint Realm. After saying that, the thunderbolt light dissipated. Lei Meng was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a scene. Zichen replied indifferently, I will go, but you better not die. The entire Lei clan's attitude towards Zichen was pure fear. They didn't hate him too much. After knowing that Zichun had no intention to target the clan, they were happy to have such a world's strongest person in the Lei clan. Lei Meng brought Zichun to tour the Lei clan. During this period, they included some forbidden and secret places. They didn't hide anything from Zichun. With Zichun's current strength and vision, there really wasn't anything in the Lei clan that could catch his eye. Even if he wanted something, Zichun couldn't pull down his face and ask for it from the Lei clan. According to Lei Meng, after the war, the Lei clan had been recuperating. Now, they were gradually improving. Although they were still a little weaker compared to the Five Elements family, they were still considered a reputable force in the Zhan Wu continent. During this period, Lei Meng deliberately mentioned the possible war between the foreign races. Zichun wasn't interested in this and just asked Lei Meng to act according to his ability. After gaining a rough understanding of the Lightning Clan, Zichun prepared to leave. When the elders heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt a little regretful. If such a great expert from the Thunder Tribe were to take charge of the Thunder Tribe, none of the invading foreign races would dare to step foot into this place. Zichun tactfully rejected everyone's good intentions, saying that he had more important things to do. According to the great sage Yin Zhong, Zichun had to step onto the star path as soon as possible, and there was no time to lose. Moreover, with Lei Dong as an example, Zichun was also worried that the others would run away. Therefore, he had to increase his speed. "Is there a path to the Martial Heaven continent here?" asked Zichun before leaving. "There is. It's a very ancient passage." As a Heaven Realm expert, Raymond was naturally one of the Thunder Clan's upper echelons. Thus, he knew of the secret. Zichun nodded and didn't say anything. After leaving the Thunder Clan, Zichun's second stop was the Everlasting Sect. While dealing with his personal grudges, he had to find those old fellows from back then to settle old debts. Arriving outside the chaotic spacetime of the Everlasting Sect, Zichun began to travel through the chaotic spacetime according to his memories. The chaotic spacetime was a threat to even Heaven Realm experts. Thus, this place was the same as before. Zichun easily found the path forward and smoothly entered the Everlasting Sect. According to his memory, Zichun would be the first to arrive at a space. In this space, there were a few wooden houses. Inside these wooden houses, there were special guards. When he stepped out, the space was still there, but the wooden houses had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had arrived in a deathly still space. There was no life in the surroundings. With Zichun's current spiritual senses, he could naturally see what was going on. Compared to back then, there was an additional grand formation here. However, he didn't know if this grand formation was to guard against him or the foreign races. Regardless, it was more likely to be to guard against him. Boom! Energy surged around him. Zichun stepped down. An entire space trembled. At the same time, Zichun punched out, and the space began to distort. As soon as Zichun appeared, he was sensed by the people outside the formation. Seeing that Zichun had broken the formation as soon as he entered, the Heaven Realm expert, who was in charge of guarding the Grand Formation, changed his expression. He immediately said, "Hurry up and inform Elder Rain." At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. Energy ripples appeared from his fingertips, surging towards the Grand Formation in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the Grand Formation. Then there was a cracking sound. One of the layers of the Grand Formation had been broken. So fast! The Heaven Realm expert's expression changed immediately. He forcibly suppressed the Grand Formation, causing his internal organs to churn. The seal changed again, and the second formation appeared. Boom! At this moment, the Grand Formation shook again. In the Grand Formation, Zichun's body shone with golden light. He broke the blades one by one and broke through the second Grand Formation. Damn it! Didn't Xiao Jingji say that this was the tripartite sky formation that he had paid a great price to get? It can even trap a saint for a while. Why is it not working? After 2 formations were broken in succession, the Heaven Realm expert cursed angrily. He could no longer hold it in and began coughing up blood. After suffering such a backlash, he could no longer use the 3rd formation control method. Boom! There was another huge tremor. Zichen, shining with golden light, rushed out of the grand formation. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Heaven Realm expert, who was forming a seal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Zi Chen's body flashed. Don't kill me. I'm breaking the formation. The Heaven Realm expert only felt his vision blur. He knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted. He was afraid that he would die in Zi Chen's hands if he was a little slower. A breeze blew. Zi Chen's figure appeared in front of him. He looked at him coldly and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing Zi Chen in front of him, the Heaven Realm expert's face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't see Zi Chen's movements at all. He didn't even feel the slightest sense of danger. The reason why he shouted was actually a kind of instinct. However, it was precisely this instinct that saved him. I'm breaking the formation, but not as fast as you." The Heaven Realm expert's words were trembling, but he felt very helpless. He had the method to break the formation, and he had been waiting here for Zi Chen to come and denounce him. Then he would take the initiative to break the formation to show his goodwill. But he hadn't expected that his speed would be far slower than Zi Chen's. Seeing the murderous intent in Zi Chen's eyes that didn't weaken at all, the Heaven Realm expert was terrified. It should be known that Zi Chen could kill heaven-defying realm experts like chickens. He could kill someone like him in the time it would take him to move his hand. He shouted again based on instinct. "I'm Elder Rain's man. Don't misunderstand." Elder Rain was the only Heaven Realm elder who stood by Zi Chen's side in the past. The cold, murderous intent in Zi Chen's eyes gradually disappeared. At that moment, there was a flash of light. Multiple Heaven Realm auras appeared in front of him. The person in the lead was the former Elder Rain. "Elder Rain, save me." After seeing Elder Rain, this was the 3rd time the Heaven Realm expert had called out to him. "What's going on?" Elder Rain walked up and looked at the Heaven Realm expert with dissatisfaction. The Heaven Realm expert said bitterly, "I'm not as fast as him." The other Heaven Realm experts who came with Elder Rain were stunned when they heard that. Then a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They wanted to show their goodwill, but they didn't expect their plan to backfire. Their speed couldn't be compared to Zi Chen's. From this, it could be seen how powerful Zi Chen was. "Zi Chen, don't misunderstand. This formation was left behind by Qiu Jingji. It'll be troublesome to remove it. Plus, in my opinion, it's also a layer of assurance. That's why I left it behind." Elder Rain apologized to Zi Chen. At the same time, the Heaven Realm experts behind Elder Rain were also sizing up Zi Chen. The scene of Zi Chen leaving was still fresh in their minds. At that time, if it wasn't for Lady Qing Nu's backup plan, Zi Chen would have died here forever. They didn't expect him to be the strongest Heaven Realm expert on the Zhan Wu continent. Hearing the meaning behind Elder Rain's words, Zi Chen was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, "So that old man is no longer in the Wuji sect." Hearing Zi Chen's blunt words, Elder Rain shook his head and said, "He left as soon as he came back. Not only did he leave, but all the Heaven Realm experts who attacked you also left." Seeing that Zi Chen's face still didn't relax, Elder Rain said seriously, "Not a single one left. Even the fake heaven left." The current Zi Chen was no longer the fake heaven from before. Ever since the news of him guarding the Luo family for 2 months spread, all the factions knew that Zi Chen was a vengeful person. It was impossible to live comfortably after offending Zi Chen. Zi Chen had made up his mind this time. He had to kill that old man. Back then, he said that he wanted the universe origin cauldron to fight against the foreign invaders. In the end, when the foreign invaders invaded, that old man was the first to collude with them. He even told Yanwei everything about him. This old man had to die. Where did they go? Zichen asked in a low voice. Obviously, he wasn't going to let this go. I don't know. They left in a hurry. They wanted to take some things by force. Unfortunately, we stopped them. Zichen nodded. The coldness on his face disappeared, and his expression softened. The main character had left. He couldn't vent his anger on these innocent people. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zichen's expression had softened. Is the transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent still there? Asked Zichen with a relaxed expression. It's no longer there. You destroyed it back then, replied Elder Rain. Zichan was still worried, so he had Elder Rain take him to the transportation formation to check. It was indeed completely destroyed. There was no way to repair it. From this, it could be seen how wise Qingnu was. It was all thanks to Qingnu's help that he had been able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. Zichen naturally wouldn't forget Qingnu's request. He was about to step onto the star path, so he had given the method to activate the Grand Formation to Elder Yu. Elder Rain was very grateful for this. At the same time, Zichen took out a few heavenly weapons and gave them to Elder Rain. This was his way of repaying Qingnu for taking care of him and Lin Shui. Zichen didn't stay in the Boundless sect for long. He went to 2 clans and ran. Zichen believed that the 5 Elements clan had run away as well. After nervously sending off Zichen, the Boundless sect's cultivators finally relaxed. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Because of Qiu Jingji's actions, he had completely offended Zichen. As a result, the Boundless sect had lost Zichen's protection. After Zichen left the Boundless sect, before he even reached the 2nd continent, news about the 5 Elements clan spread. The 5 Elements clan had already stepped onto the star path. This news was clearly something the 5 Elements clan could release. Chapter 2052. Zichen was not surprised that the 5 Elements had run away. Even Lei Dong, who wanted to kill him, had run away, let alone the 5 Elements. Moreover, in this world, there were no more opportunities that the 5 Elements were interested in. They could only step onto the star path to find opportunities to break through the divine path. Perhaps under normal circumstances, the 5 Elements would consider it carefully, but because of Zichen's existence, the 5 Elements had no choice but to leave decisively in the face of such strong pressure. He's gone, but the family is still there. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. This was Zichen's 3rd visit to the 2nd mainland. His goal was clear, to go to the 5 Elements family. Zichen was now a celebrity in the entire Zhanwu continent. Whether it was the foreign tribes or the native forces, they were all paying attention to Zichen's every move. Everywhere Zichen passed, all the Xenorace experts would avoid him as they were deeply afraid of offending this god of slaughter. It seemed that because of Zichen's appearance, the foreign tribes did not immediately start a new war after all the heaven-defying cultivators left. While Zichen was on his way to the 5 Element clan, the 5 patriarchs of the 5 Element clan who were outrushed back to the clan as quickly as possible. Family head, we've received accurate news that Zichen is on his way. Should we activate the formation? A Heaven Realm cultivator asked after the 5 family heads returned. Although the 5 Elements family was one of the 5 great families, they were collectively known as the 5 Elements family. When combined, they were a superpower. Among them, the Jin family seemed to be the leader. The 5 family heads who had just returned did not look too good. After hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's words, they waved their hands and said, "There's no need to activate the formation. Just carry on as usual." Hearing the Jin family head's words, the other family heads did not object. The Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He did not continue asking and turned to leave. "I hope you can do it," the Jean family head muttered as he looked into the distance on the city wall. As Zichen advanced, he saw two people at the edge of the second mainland. These two people did not block Zichen's path. With Zichen's current level, no one dared to stop him. Zichen. Seeing Zichen appear, one of the two suddenly spoke. Zichen, who had originally thought that they were just passers-by, turned his head to look at them. They were two old men, and based on the aura they exuded, they were both in Heaven Realm. Originally, it was not easy for Zichen to meet a Heaven Realm expert, but with the arrival of the Great Era, the number of Heaven Realm experts gradually increased, but it was not to the point where they could be found everywhere. And the reason Zichen could see so many heavenly realms was because he had the qualifications and strength. As for those fake heavenly realms, they didn't dare to use such a tone to address Zichen, let alone stand there and chat with Zichen. Of course, Zichen's friends were exceptions. You are... Zichen stopped and looked at the two of them as he asked in confusion. This old man is Su Dong. Greetings, little friend Zichen. This is an old friend of mine. This time around, we've specially accompanied this old man to meet you. Su Dong cupped his fists toward Zichen and smiled faintly. The old man beside him nodded his head toward Zichen kindly. Seniors, are you looking for me for something? Zichen asked courteously. He could sense that the aura around the two of them was much stronger and more solid than that of ordinary Heaven Realm experts. The reason for this was because the two of them had already stepped into the Heaven Realm before the arrival of the Great Era. To be able to step into the Heaven Realm at that time was undoubtedly an incredible existence. Su family? Could it be that Su family from the first mainland that's on par with the Rock and Dragon race? Without waiting for Su Dong to speak, Zichen asked in surprise. I wouldn't dare to be on par with them. It's that Su family. This old man is the head of the Su family. The old man smiled humbly. Zichen was clearly surprised. He knew of this family from Qingfeng. This family was one of the few families in the first mainland that did not ally with the foreign races. They usually kept a low profile. During this period of time, they had also broken out in several wars with the foreign races. There were quite a number of powerful beings in the family. Back then, when Qingfeng mentioned the Su family, his face was filled with admiration. Towards a family like this, Zichen was also filled with admiration. Zichen, are you going to the Five Elements family? After a simple introduction, Su Dong asked directly. Zichen nodded his head and said, That's right. Senior, could it be that you're here today to persuade me to return? Su Dong laughed out loud when he heard this. Shaking his head, he said, The Five Elements family does indeed have such intentions. Furthermore, they've given me quite a number of benefits. However, I'm not here to stop you. Zichen was taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect the family head to so straightforwardly state his intentions. Moreover, he had even revealed the tricks involved. Then what is Senior's purpose for coming here? Asked Zichen. I won't stop you from going to the Five Elements family. However, I hope that you can consider the bigger picture, Zichen. Now that all the Heaven Defiers have left, the war with the foreign races will soon erupt. Under such circumstances, no faction can remain unscathed. As for the so-called alliance, it has automatically disbanded after Chiwei left. The invasion of the foreign races will be large-scale and spread throughout this world. Even the most reclusive families will have connections with the outside world and have their own industries and resources. Unless these families can abandon all their industries and hide in their own miniature worlds, they will have to participate in the war. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the dominator of the second continent. They occupy a huge area and have countless properties, this time facing the invasion of the non-human kind. If this family wants to survive, they have to defend the second continent. In fact, when the non-human kind invaded, this family played a big role. Seeing the frown on Zichen's face, Su Dong chuckled and said, All right, this old man is old and naggy. Now that I've finished speaking, please go ahead Zichen. Zichen looked at Su Dong and nodded at him before heading straight for the second continent. Let's see what he'll do. Will he destroy the Five Elements family? Said the old man who had been silent as he watched Zichen's disappearing figure. Zichen doesn't have any killing intent. Even if we didn't appear, he wouldn't really go and slaughter the Five Elements family. Su Dong looked at Zichen's disappearing figure and said, Moreover, the rumors about Zichen's temperament can't be trusted. The fact that Zichen is still alive is enough to prove that there's nothing wrong with his temperament. You should know that when a heaven-defying cultivator appears, the first ones to test him are the saints of this world. If his temperament is really as the rumors say, he would have been destroyed by those saints long ago. But he really did go to the Luo family back then. That was just to reduce trouble. It was just a scare. In the end, he didn't do anything. You should know my talent. I didn't sense any killing intent from Zichen. I believe that he didn't go there to kill. This time, the Five Elements family miscalculated. I'm afraid they'll have to pay a huge price. Saying that, Su Dong laughed and headed straight for the first mainland. His mission had been completed. He believed that the reward promised by the Five Elements family would be delivered to the Su family soon. He only came out to say a few words to Zichen, and he was already rewarded handsomely. This was a very good deal. When he was still some distance away from the Five Elements family, Zichen stopped because he saw other people. This time, Zichen didn't simply think that these 6 Heaven Realm experts were just passing by. He knew all 6 of them. The 6 of them were the patriarchs of the Rock and Dragon clans. They were the Dark Rock, Golden Rock, Black Dragon, and Rebel Dragon. Zichen stopped when he saw the 6 of them. He looked at them and asked, Are you guys here to persuade me as well? Zichen's straightforwardness made the 2 patriarchs, who were prepared to speak, not know what to say next. Black Dragon smiled and said half and half. Zichen looked at Black Dragon. This time, we hope that you can let the Five Elements family off for the time being. If you really want to pursue the matter, wait until the war is over. Since the invasion of the foreign races, there has been almost no internal strife between the forces of the Zhan Wu continent. After a pause, Black Dragon looked at Zichen and said, Of course, except for you. When the foreign races invaded, Zichen was ordered to come to the Zhan Wu continent to fight against the foreign races. However, this world had always been full of malice to Zichen. While Zichen had to face the foreign races' heaven-defying experts, he also had to be wary of the Zhan Wu continent's geniuses. This is only our hope. The final decision is still in your hands. As for why we're actually here to say our goodbyes and express our apologies. Black Dragon's so-called apology referred to the matter of choosing to remain neutral in the face of the foreign races. However, at that time, the 2 of them had also been observing. Zichen believed that if that incident had not happened, the 2 of them would have stood on the side of the Zhan Wu continent. Reality proved that the 2 of them had stopped Lei Dong from killing Qingfeng. Although Yue wanted to use Qingfeng, they had also protected Qingfeng. Goodbye. Where are you going? Zichen did not blame the 2 of them for the previous incident, so he did not mind. And Peng and I are going to step onto the star path to see if we have the opportunity to break through the holy road. 5 Elements and Lei Dong left early because they have saint crystals. The chances of them becoming saints are very high. I think you should enter the star path as soon as possible. Moreover, this world star path is known as the most dangerous one. This is also the reason why those heaven-defying experts are unwilling to enter the star path from here. And Peng and I also have saint crystals. It's the reward Yue gave us last time. He took the half-shield. Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng will stay behind and prepare to fight against the foreign races. Hearing Black Dragon's words, Zichen nodded. After saying goodbye, he went to the Five Elements clan again. His path ahead was not obstructed at all. During this time, Zi-chan did not talk to the two clan leaders. He only said a few words to Dragon Rebel and Golden Pong. Compared to the two tactful clan leaders, Zi-chin preferred Dragon Rebel and Golden Pang's personalities. They arrived at the Five Elements aristocratic family. Zi-chin could see the city from afar. Unlike the last time, Zi-chan headed straight for the Five Elements aristocratic family. Chapter 2053. Zi-chin arrived outside the Five Element City and raised his head to look at the floating city. Around the city, five-colored light circulated. The city gates were completely open, but no cultivators entered or exited. All the array formations had been shut down, including the Five Elements' Great Array. Zi-chan looked ahead and listened to the panicked voices coming from the city. He mocked. Have they completely lost their resistance? At this moment, figures appeared at the city gate. There were 20 people, led by the 5 family heads, followed by the Heaven Realm cultivators. Just as they said earlier, the fake Heaven Realm cultivators were not qualified to stand beside Zi-chin. I didn't know Zi-chin was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The 5 family heads came, and the Jean family head spoke. They all cupped their fists and bowed, as if they were welcoming an important figure. Please enter the city for a chat. The crowd parted, and the Jean family head bowed and said. His attitude was somewhat humble, but he did not mention any grudges. Do you know why I'm here? Zi-chin asked in a deep voice. The expressions of all the Heaven Realm cultivators, including the 5 family heads, changed. The Jean family head's expression was not natural, but he still nodded and said sincerely, we know. If we do something wrong, we must be punished. Today, Zi-chin, you have the final say in how you want to punish us. The other 4 family heads nodded one after another, all showing an excellent attitude of admitting their mistakes. Zi-chen's expression was indifferent as he walked forward. The current him was no longer afraid of the 5 Elements' Great Formation. He believed that the 5 Elements family did not have the courage to use the strength of their entire family to fight him to the death. When he walked into the city, the chaotic scene in the city had already disappeared. It was obvious that it had been forcefully suppressed. Then Zi-chan was led by the 5 family heads to the highest meeting hall of the 5 Elements family. These Heaven Realm cultivators followed behind Zi-chan expressionlessly, but they felt too much pressure in their hearts. Zi-chin, who could easily become a heaven-defying cultivator, was like a peerless, ferocious beast. And they were so close to such a ferocious beast. If they were not careful, they might be slaughtered. Naturally, they were terrified. As they moved forward, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of many Heaven Realm experts. Zi-chin sat at the head, and the head of the Jean family sat beside him. He once more cupped his fists and said, Zi-chin, we have to admit that the 5 Elements were in the wrong. However, ever since St. Rosefinch came last time, our enmity has been resolved, and we haven't taken the initiative to cause any more trouble. Instead, it was you, Zi-chin, who stole the 5 pages of the heavenly book in the martial heaven continent that shook our foundation. You're blaming me now. Zi-chin frowned as a chill surged through his body. We wouldn't dare. We only want to say that the matter this time is not directly related to the 5 Elements family. If you truly want an explanation, us 5 old guys are willing to take the blame. If you want to kill us or torture us, do as you please. Zi-chin looked at the head of the Jean family. His expression was still indifferent. His words seemed very sincere, but in reality there was a hidden meaning behind them. For example, when the head of the Jean family brought up the 5 pages of the heavenly book again, his meaning was that they wouldn't pursue the matter of the heavenly book anymore. Furthermore, Zi-chan was indeed in the wrong in that matter. If possible, we can also give you some compensation as long as you mention it. Looking at the frowning Zi-chin, the head of the Jean family said once more, the enmity between Zi-chin and the 5 Elements family had existed for a long time. Just the enmity between them had been resolved countless times. However, it had always involved benefits. If one were to count them one by one, although the Five Elements family was in the wrong, they were still very sullen. It seemed that they hadn't gained any advantage in this enmity. The most disastrous loss was naturally the loss of the 5 pages of the Heavenly Book that had practically damaged the foundation of the Five Elements family. Putting aside their previous enmity, this time the Five Elements family's attitude was extremely good. They seemed to have guessed Zi-Chen's nature and didn't push all the blame onto the Five Elements family. They expressed that they were willing to take responsibility. After pondering for a moment, Zi-Chen said, "Forget about the compensation. As for the 5 of you, you can stay behind and command your clans to fight against the outsiders." Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the Heavenly Realm experts all sighed in relief. However, just at this moment, Zi-Chen's tone changed. However, that one word made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. They all knew that most of the things that came after wouldn't be good. "However, you have to promise me one thing. Just one thing." Everyone was stunned. As long as Zi-Chen didn't pursue the matter, let alone one thing, even 10 things wouldn't be a problem. Sweeping his gaze over the Heavenly Realm experts, Zi-Chen said, "This matter is to destroy the transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent." "What? Destroy the transportation formation?" The Five Elements family's transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent had been constructed at an enormous price. Once the Five Elements family was in danger, they would be able to quickly send reinforcements. For example, when Zi-Chen had stolen the 5 pages of the Heavenly Book, the Five Elements family had sent reinforcements. Although they hadn't been able to take back the Heavenly Book in the end, they had been able to quickly send reinforcements. A war can break out at any time. I don't want the flames of war to spread to the Martial Heaven continent, so this transportation formation must be destroyed. Zi-Chen's words were cold and resolute. The 5 family heads exchanged a glance, clearly troubled. Destroying the transportation formation was cutting off one of their paths of retreat. They would lose their connection to the Martial Heaven continent. That would be a huge loss. However, after considering the current situation, the 5 family heads nodded their heads in agreement after weighing the pros and cons. Under Zi-Chen's request, the 5 Heavenly Realm experts brought Zi-Chen to the 5 transportation formations in the 5 Element City. As expected, Zi-Chen hadn't started a massacre in the city. Many of the cultivators in the city were curiously sizing up Zi-Chen. "This is the transportation formation to the Jin family." The head of the Jin family pointed at the heavily guarded building in front of them. Such a place naturally had many experts guarding it. This was the Jin family's escape route. Under the Jin family head's lead, Zi-Chen walked into the building. At the center of the building, he saw the transportation formation emitting golden light. Zi-Chen went to the transportation formation and released his spiritual sense to investigate it. Then he activated a powerful energy that poured into the transportation formation. Under the influx of berserk energy, the transportation formation began to distort crazily. Waves of berserk energy wreaked havoc. In the end, the transportation formation exploded. The transportation formation was completely destroyed. Following the collapse of the transportation formation, the space above the Jin family on the Martial Heaven continent also began to distort violently. Following that, an explosion rang out in the sky. It was a spatial node that had exploded. A golden energy ripple spread out. The berserk energy surging above the city caused the expressions of the cultivators in the city to change. They raised their heads to look at the sky, mistakenly thinking that they had been attacked. The transportation formation disappeared. Could it be that something has happened to the family? Hurry up and send a message to ask. It couldn't be that the foreign races have invaded and attacked the family, right? Following the disappearance of the spatial node, the entire city fell into chaos. Following that, the same thing happened in the other 4 cities. However, in this short period of time, they already knew what had happened. They no longer panicked. Ziqin actually became the world's #1 heavenly realm expert. It seems that we need to have a good relationship with the everlasting sect. News of what had happened on the martial heaven continent quickly spread to the 5-element aristocratic families. Ziqin had personally destroyed the 5 transportation formations of the 5-element aristocratic families. That was the main reason he had come to the martial heaven continent. He had too many things to worry about in the martial heaven continent. Before he stepped onto the star path, he needed to make some guarantees for the continent. Other than that, Ziqin also asked the 5 families which powers possessed a transportation formation to the martial heaven continent. Following that, the 5-element aristocratic families told 2 families. One of them was the Sword Sect. That surprised Ziqin. Thus, Ziqin left the 2nd continent, preparing to go to the 4th continent's Sword Sect. The 5 family heads personally sent Ziqin off. They even escorted him all the way to the border of the 2nd continent. Only when they saw Ziqin's figure disappear did they relax. The 5-element aristocratic families had passed this calamity. News of Ziqin going to the 3rd continent quickly spread. During that time, the Luo family's reaction was the most intense. They immediately summoned all their experts back to the city, afraid that Ziqin's target was them. However, that worry was unnecessary. Ziqin didn't go to the Luo family. Instead, he used a transportation formation to go to the border city of the 3rd continent and directly went to the 4th continent. The 4th continent, the Sword Sect. According to his master, Qingcheng would be coming out of seclusion in a few days. Jian Na had been waiting for her in seclusion. At the same time, he held an ice lotus in his hand. He had found it in the 10,000-year-old ice. It was extremely beautiful. He was planning to give it to Jean Qingcheng. It indicated that she had the cold temperament of an ice lotus. When he thought of Qingcheng, his heart burned with passion. His eyes were filled with adoration. However, he soon thought of Ziqin. Although he had become the #1 expert, Jian Na still looked down on him. That kind of character was too bad. So what if he became the #1 expert in the world? Because of Ziqin, Jian Na looked down on those 2 in the sect. Those 2 fellows were Ziqin's friends, so they definitely wouldn't be any better. And because of him, the other people in the sect didn't have a friendly attitude towards Man Shi and Wuxia. The tightly shut stone door opened with a creak. The aura of a heavenly realm expert spread out. Jian Na's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the front. He saw 2 figures walking out of the stone room hand in hand. Qingcheng. Looking at the tall and perfect Jean Qingcheng with a few scars on her face, Jian Na couldn't help but call out, "It's you, Jian Na. Why are you here?" Jean Qingcheng looked at Jian Na outside, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. "Master said that you would be coming out of seclusion in a few days, so I have been waiting here. This is an ice lotus that I personally picked. It's for you." While speaking, Jian Na handed the ice lotus over. "Jian Na, aren't you a little too stingy? Why did you only give it to Qingcheng?" Dong Qing couldn't help but tease. "There's only one here. Besides, didn't you ask someone to give it to her?" Jian Na's tone was a little unfriendly. The 2 of them weren't angry at Jian Na's attitude because they knew why Jian Na was angry. "Oh right, how is Ziqin now?" Dong Qing purposely asked. "He's dead," Jian Na replied unhappily. Chapter 2054. The aura that surged between heaven and earth was abnormally huge and terrifying. When Jean Qingcheng and Dong Qing sensed it, their faces revealed surprise and joy. The 2 of them were too familiar with this aura. The 2 of them raised their heads and stared at the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jian Na did not understand what was going on. When he sensed this aura, his expression immediately changed. He could sense how terrifying this aura was. The aura between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Rays of powerful light soared into the sky and turned into experts of the sword sect. Their expressions revealed vigilance and fear as they looked into the distance. On the horizon, a figure was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. It was a young figure wearing a black robe. He had a face that all the cultivators in the world recognized. There were many versions of the legend about this figure, and it was being spread every day. Zi Chen. It's Zi Chen. Why is he here? Zi Chen just chased away the foreign races, heaven-defying expert. Why is he here in our sword sect? Be on guard. Zi Chen is here. Everyone be on guard. Zi Chen's arrival caused the expressions of these newly advanced Heaven Realm cultivators to change drastically. Their expressions became extremely solemn and nervous. Zi Chen, you're here. A burst of hearty laughter resounded in the sky as an aged voice soared into the sky. Ancestor. As the old man soared into the sky, many Heaven Realm cultivators shouted in unison. Master. Below, Jianna also cried out loudly. His expression became extremely unsightly. Although he did not like Zi Chen, the latter was indeed very strong. He was afraid that Zi Chen was here to cause trouble. Everyone don't panic. Zi Chen is a friend of the Sword Sect. The Heaven Realm elder waved his hand and comforted the Sword Sect cultivators with his aged voice. Zi Chen greets Senior. Zi Chen's polite voice sounded from afar. With regards to Zi Chen's reputation, the older generation experts of the Sword Sect naturally understood his difficulties. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to the rumors in the outside world. Immediately after, the Heaven Realm experts that Zi Chen had seen before rose into the air. These were all seniors, and they all had smiles on their faces as if they were welcoming Zi Chen back. When the new cultivators saw that a senior who never commented on Zi Chen in front of others was actually so familiar with Zi Chen, they were all very puzzled. On the other hand, Zi Chen responded to everyone one by one. He didn't look like the ungrateful, murderous person that was rumored to be. The people of the younger generation were clearly unable to understand the scene before them. They stood there in a daze. Zi Chen, you're finally here. A voice of pleasant surprise rang out from below. This voice was very loud, and it suddenly exploded like thunder. It spread throughout the entire sword sect. Even the cultivators who originally didn't know that Zi Chen had come to the sword sect would know that Zi Chen had come after hearing this voice. Looking towards the direction of the voice, two figures turned into two streaks of light and shot into the sky somewhere in the sword sect, heading straight for Zi Chen. One of them was tall, and his muscles were as firm as steel. His rough expression was filled with pleasant surprise. As for the other person, he had strange vertical pupils. He looked very strange. However, at that moment, the two of them had excited and joyous expressions on their faces. Man Shi Wuxia. When he saw the two of them, Zi Chen had a face of surprise. He never thought that he would actually be able to meet the two of them here. The two of them stepped forward and gave Zi Chen a bear hug. Man Shi said in a muffled voice, I thought you didn't recognize us anymore. Man Shi was still thinking about the matter of Zi Chen ignoring him last time. I almost couldn't recognize you. Zi Chen laughed loudly and also joked. Back then, he was worried that the heaven-defying cultivators would attack his companions. Now that all the heaven-defying cultivators had left, Man Shi and the others had all broken through to the Heaven Realm. Even if they faced the foreign races, they would have the strength to protect themselves. At this moment, Zi Chen felt a strange gaze coming from below. He lowered his head and saw Jin Qingqing and Dong Qing. The two of them looked up at the sky. When they saw Zi Chen and the other two, their faces were filled with excitement and joy. I didn't expect the two of them to come out of seclusion as well. Man Shi exclaimed in surprise. Speaking of which, After the two of them obtained the heavenly weapon, they had headed straight to the sword sect. Unfortunately, the two women were in closed-door cultivation, so the sword sect's elders had explained why Chen didn't recognize them, and at the same time invited them to stay. Thus, the two of them stayed here and broke through to the heaven realm one after another. Because the two women had not come out of seclusion, they had been waiting here. Who would have thought that Chen would come? Beside the two women, Chen also saw the young man from back then. Speaking of which, the reason why his bad reputation spread so quickly was because of this young man. At this moment, the young man was holding an ice lotus in his hand. It seemed that he was going to give it to Jin Qingcheng. The other party was looking up at Chen. As their gazes met, the young man felt thunder rumble in his sea of consciousness. He lost his mind, but he stubbornly refused to look away. Chen had no intention of hurting the other party, so he quickly shifted his gaze. As his gaze swept over them, he guessed that the two women had just come out of seclusion. The smile on his face did not fade as he began to descend. When he was not far away from the two women, Chen looked at them and said softly with a smile, "I've let you two suffer." Dongqing's eyes were filled with tears. She immediately threw herself into Chen's arms. She was very excited. In a chaotic world, reuniting was naturally a joy. Jin Qingqing also took a few steps forward. Her scarred face was filled with excitement as she came to Chen's side. She looked at Chen and said, "You're the one who suffered." After hearing the news about Chen, they knew about Chen's situation. They only felt pity and helplessness in their hearts. They blamed themselves for not being able to help Chen. The two of them did not take Jian Na's words seriously. They had been in contact with Chen before and had gone through life and death together. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Chen was. Chen reached out and pulled Jin Qingqing into his arms. The latter's body trembled at first and seemed very stiff. However, her body soon softened and she leaned her head on Chen's shoulder. At this moment, Chen hugged the two women. In front of him, Jian Na held the ice lotus in her hand. She stood there in a daze, as if she had been petrified. In the sky, many heavenly realm experts watched and did not deliberately disturb them. After a long time, Dongqing was the first to leave Chen's arms. After wiping away the tears on her face, she said to Chen, "It's okay now. We're also in the heavenly realm. We can help you." Chen nodded and smiled, "And you're getting stronger and stronger." The two of them still did not know that the heaven-defying cultivators had been chased away. After leaving Chen's arms, Jin Qingqing's expression was a little unnatural. She was also a little disappointed. She did not even dare to meet Chen's gaze. Originally, she did not care about her appearance. However, after coming into contact with Chen at such a close distance, she felt a little inferior in her heart. Looking at Jin Qingqing, Chen smiled. He approached Jin Qingqing and slowly reached out his hand. Jin Qingqing's body trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to dodge. "Don't move. It's been so long. This shouldn't be your shackles and fetters anymore," Chen said softly. He reached out his right hand and touched the scar on Jin Qingqing's face. The latter's body was obviously trembling. At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Chen's breathing and heartbeat. On Chen's right hand, a golden light surged. Streams of energy gently landed on Jin Qingqing's face. As the energy passed by, the scar on Jin Qingqing's face disappeared. A beautiful face that had disappeared for a long time appeared once again. "This is the real you." Looking at Jin Qingqing, Chen said with a smile. Jin Qingqing's appearance was restored just like that. Logically speaking, Jian Na should be very happy. This was the Jin Qingqing in his heart. However, seeing Jin Qingqing standing together with Chen, he could not feel happy at all. "Why are you here? Where are the alien races?" At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Zi Chen's breathing. Jean Qingqing was a little confused. She did not dare to look into Zi Chen's eyes and immediately changed the topic. Those heaven-defying cultivators have already left. They won't come back for a while. I came to the sword sect to confirm something, so I can meet you guys. The heaven-defying cultivators have all left. Jean Qingqing was very surprised. Yes, they have all left. However, there will be a great battle soon, so we can't let our guard down, Zi Qin said. At this moment, the cultivators in the sky descended one after another. The old man from before asked, Zi Qin, why are you here this time? Zi Qin turned to look at the old man and said, Yes, there are some things. Because the teleportation formation was a secret of the sword sect. Zi Qin did not mention it in front of them. He gestured for them to wait for a while, and then he went to discuss the matter with the old man and some of the core members of the sword sect. Everyone left, and only Jian Na stood there in a daze. He felt that the distance between him and Jean Qingqing was getting farther and farther. The gap between him and Zi Qin was like heaven and earth, even though the two of them were in the same realm. Perhaps it was because of his identity as the number one person, or perhaps it was because he had a great relationship with the sword sect. The discussion went very smoothly. Under Zi Chen's request, the old man decisively agreed to break the teleportation formation. After the discussion about the teleportation formation, Zi Chen went to look for Jean Qingqing and the other three. At this moment, the four of them were at Wu Xie's residence. A supreme being led Zi Chen there. Along the way, the supreme being looked at Zi Chen with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. Obviously, in a short period of time, someone had told them about Zi Chen's relationship with the sword sect. Not to mention Jean Qingqing and Dongqing. Zi Chen had a confidant named Wang Xian, who was nurtured by the sword sect. Moreover, they also knew that the rumors about Zi Chen were just rumors, that Zi Chen purely wanted to protect his friend. For a moment, those who were once prejudiced against Zi Chen immediately worshipped Zi Chen. On the contrary, Jian Na, who spread the news, was gradually alienated. Zi Chen soon met the four of them. At this moment, the four of them were chatting excitedly. During this time, Man Shi's voice was the loudest. He kept talking about Zi Chen's deeds. Unknowingly, Man Shi talked about Yi Qian. He said with an excited face, Zi Chen is really popular with women. This time, he took Yi Qian back from Yue. I'm afraid it won't be long before Zi Chen enters the Saint Realm. Chapter 2055. All the information Man Shi got about Zi Chen came from the sword sect. The two girls who were in seclusion didn't know about it. Because they were far apart, first-hand information couldn't be transmitted quickly. So Man Shi didn't know that Yi Qian had entered the star path. In fact, there weren't many people who knew about this. In everyone's opinion, Zi Chen would marry Yi Qian and become a saint, because no one could resist the temptation of becoming a saint. Is this a deal? Dongqing looked up at Man Shi. She hadn't seen Yi Qian before, but she heard from Jian Na that she was a very beautiful woman who had followed Zi Chen all the way. Of course it's a deal. You should know that she's from a different race, and Zi Chen is a human from the Zhan Wu continent. They can only make a deal. Man Shi insisted. The two girls looked at each other and saw a trace of sadness in each other's eyes. This sadness wasn't directed at them, but at Yi Qian. A woman who couldn't even control her own happiness was indeed a very sad thing. As for Zi Chen, he deliberately destroyed a person's happiness in order to become a saint. They didn't object to it, but they couldn't accept it. Man Shi was still talking excitedly because he had seen Yi Qian before. She was indeed a great beauty. This time Zi Chen defeated Jiwei and got Yi Qian. It can be said that he has made the people of the Zhan Wu continent proud. At this moment, Man Shi was very excited. He didn't notice that Wu Xie was constantly winking at him. and the two girls were getting more and more depressed. Ahem. A light cough interrupted Man Sher's words. Zi-Chun walked over from afar and looked at Man Sher, who was talking nonsense. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what he was talking about, but Man Sher seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. He even made the Zhan Wu continent proud. Yi Qian was a neutral party. Zi-Chin, you're finally here. Tell me, did you beat off Ji Wei and get Yi Qian? Man Sher asked Zi-Chen with a somewhat nervous look on his face. Is this a good place to talk? As he spoke, Zi-Chen took the initiative to walk out of the hall. When the others saw that Zi-Chen's expression was somewhat serious, they all followed him. Arriving at the main hall, Zi-Chen closed the door. A beam of energy turned into a seal, isolating the entire room. Seeing how cautious Zi-Chen was, everyone was puzzled. Wu Xie asked what happened. Zi-Chen waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Everyone, don't be nervous. I won't be staying in the sword sect for long this time because I still have many things to do. Once I'm done, I'll return to the Martial Heaven continent and enter the Star Path from there." You're not going to fight the alien tribes anymore after entering the Star Path? Man Sher asked doubtfully. It seems that you also know that the alien races will start a war soon. I won't participate in the following battles. Moreover, it's not a big deal if I'm not there. As for you guys, you must take care of yourselves. Zi-Chen said. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they still nodded. Originally, we were discussing returning to Hu Ping City with you this time. Since you're leaving, then we'll return by ourselves, said Wu Xie. That's fine too. If the war starts, Hu Ping City will need your strength. But remember to be careful. That's right, before I leave, I'll give you something. As he spoke, Zi-Chun raised his hand and tapped his chest. A sickly redness instantly appeared on Zi-Chen's face. Following that, his face paled as a drop of golden liquid appeared on his chest. The moment this liquid appeared, it brought with it a tremendous pressure. Under the pressure of this pressure, the expressions of the four people changed. "What is this?" asked Wu Xie in shock as he looked at the drop of golden blood. He actually felt a trace of danger from it. "This is essence blood that I obtained by accident. I'll give each of you a drop. Refine it carefully. Don't let anyone else know." Zi-Chen gritted his teeth as his face paled once more. As the second drop of liquid appeared, the pressure in the room became even greater. Afterwards, Zi-Chen tapped his chest twice, and 2 more drops of golden liquid appeared. The 4 drops of golden liquid were the essence blood of the god that Zi-Chen had obtained before. However, as he had consumed too much of the heart of the god earlier and had been trapped by the formation for so long, his cultivation had already fallen. As a result, the effects were greatly reduced. If it were true essence blood of the god, let alone Wu Xie and the others, even Zi-Chen would not be able to withstand the pressure from a single drop. His body would crack under the pressure, and refining it would be even more impossible. Right now, the essence blood of the god was only equivalent to special saint blood at most. Bang, bang, bang. As the 4 drops of essence blood appeared, the pressure in the room soared. The restriction that Zi-Chen had set up earlier began to distort, and a series of explosions rang out. Some of the porcelain decorations in the room were unable to withstand the pressure and exploded. Zi-Chen paled, Zi-Chen's hand shook, and the 4 drops of essence blood flew towards the 4 of them. The shocked 4 of them subconsciously released their own energy and began to envelop the essence blood. Although the essence blood was ownerless, it was still somewhat difficult to tame it. It had to be known that the heart of the god had only used half a drop of essence blood, which had consumed a great deal of energy, to cause Zi-Chen's body to explode. "Don't refine it yet. Tame it first, then slowly refine it," said Zi-Chen in a low voice. The 4 of them released their spiritual senses and could clearly sense the enormous energy contained within the essence blood. They all carefully tamed it. Looking at the four of them taming the essence blood, another golden sphere appeared in front of Zichen. After this sphere appeared, Zichen's aura clearly weakened. Looking at the golden sphere in front of him, Zichen's expression changed. He once again pointed at his chest. The pressure that had disappeared earlier reappeared, and another drop of golden blood appeared. At this moment, a drop of essence blood and a golden sphere floated in front of Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes and quietly waited for the four of them to tame the essence blood. After a while, the four of them completely enveloped the essence blood with their energy. Then they forcibly pulled the essence blood into their own world. After doing this, the four of them opened their eyes and looked at Zichen with joy and excitement. However, this joy and excitement was replaced by astonishment when they saw the two glowing objects in front of Zichen. This drop of essence blood is for Shangguanhong. As for the golden sphere, it contains my 3 most powerful strikes. You can place it in the statue in Huping City. Once there's danger, just activate the seals. As he spoke, Zichen shook his hand again, and the 2 golden lights, one large and one small, flew directly towards Dongqing. The pressure within the essence blood had already been suppressed by Zichen's energy, so there was no need to tame it. Dongqing directly took the 2 items away. Zichen was still pale, and his aura was slightly weaker than before. Clearly, giving out these items had taken quite a toll on him. Zichen smiled gently when he saw how worried everyone was. I'm fine. I just can't control this power. I'll be fine after some rest. Seeing how tired Zichen was, Dongqing couldn't bear to see him like this, but she was also very conflicted. She was still thinking about what Manshur had said earlier. After a moment of hesitation, she still asked, "Are you not going to become a saint?" He turned his head to look at Dongqing. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the smile in Zichen's eyes. The latter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Clearly, her little scheme had been completely seen through by Zichen. Yiqian has already left. She's embarked on the star path, Zichen smiled. Left? Why did you let her go? That was a great opportunity. Manshur was stunned and felt that it was a pity. Wu Xie felt the same way. How could I use this kind of thing as an exchange? Zichen still had a smile on his face, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Although they felt that it was a pity, Manshur and Wu Xie looked at Zichen with admiration. Zichen was Zichen, and he was still Zichen. After only staying here for half a day, Zichen headed towards the first mainland. The Heaven Plane cultivators who stayed in this world were destined to be unable to break into the Saint Plane. They had to fight the foreign races here, and their cultivation levels would only end at the peak of the Heaven Plane. However, Zichen didn't persuade the 4 of them to enter the Holy Road. He didn't even suggest that they could explore the Holy Road after the battle. The Holy Road was very dangerous, especially the star path of the Zhangwu continent. It was known as the most dangerous star path. He didn't want his friends to take risks. Even if they were weaker, it was fine as long as they were alive. After the battle, we'll set foot on the star path. Seeing Zichen leave, the 4 of them thought to themselves. Zichen didn't want them to take risks, but they also didn't want Zichen to face all the pressure alone. They wanted to share the burden with Zichen and become Zichen's companions and followers. After returning to the first mainland, Zichen went to the second clan. The negotiations went very smoothly. This didn't mean that those clans were easy to talk to, but that in the Zhangwu continent, where there were no saints, Zichen was now the number 1 person, the true number 1 person. His words naturally carried a lot of weight. 2 days later, Zichen came to the Thunder Clan again. This surprised the people of the Thunder Clan, but then they cheered. They thought that Zichen was going to stay here for a long time. Send me to the Tianwu continent. After I leave, destroy this teleportation formation. Zichen explained the reason for his visit. This caused the Thunder Clan members to be extremely disappointed. This transmission array hadn't been used for many years, but now that it was destroyed, the Thunder Clan members were unwilling to part with it. After the suggestion failed, everyone had no choice but to agree. Hence, the pale-faced Zi-Chin entered the teleportation array. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, Zi-Chen's figure disappeared in a flash. Just after Zi-Chin disappeared, Lei Meng put away the spear in his hand. At the same time, he sent out a beam of energy. This energy landed on the teleportation formation. With a rumbling sound, the teleportation formation exploded. Chapter 2056. After arriving at the Tianwu continent, Zi-Chan released his spiritual senses and found his location. With a flash, he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away. The spatial pressure here was not strong. With Zi-Chen's strength, the speed of teleportation was much faster than taking a teleportation formation. Reappearing, Zi-Chin saw a city. He stood above the city and looked down. In the city, most of the people were from the Devil Clan. This was a city belonging to the Devil Clan. In the city below, there were 2 faint auras belonging to the Heaven Realm. There were only 2 Heaven Realm experts. It was considered a small city. Zi-Chan did not stop and disappeared in a flash. Zi-Chan reappeared above a city. This was a huge city of the Devil Clan. With his spiritual senses, Zi-Chan sensed dozens of powerful Heaven Realm auras below. Oh, it's actually here. After sensing the city below, Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. When he was still in the mortal origin realm, his sword steel was stolen. He fled in a panic. It was in this city that he met a princess of the Devil Clan. After that, he stole some things from the 5 Elements aristocratic family. As he looked down, Zi-Chan found that the city was very lively. There were constant cheers and energy fluctuations. It seemed that some kind of competition was going on. Shaking his head, Zi-Chin turned and was about to leave. However, at this moment, powerful auras appeared below him. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. "Sir, what are you planning to do by loitering around the Power Demon Clan? Since you're here, it's better to say it clearly before you leave." Zi-Chen's sudden appearance above the Devil Clan naturally attracted the attention of the Heaven Realm experts. At this moment, many figures also rushed into the sky. It's indeed the Power Demon Clan. Zi-Chan smiled faintly. The one he met before was the princess of the Power Demon Clan. He had no relationship with the Devil Clan. Clearly, he had no intention of stopping. He turned and left. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out. Numerous silhouettes soared into the sky. At the same time, beams of energy appeared. They were like thick ropes that intertwined with each other, trying to stop Zi-Chin. Swoosh! Zi-Chan waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind appeared. The approaching energy, light was naturally blown away upon encountering this gust of wind. Immediately after, under the energy shock, Zi-Chen's figure flashed and he teleported away. This is... The Devil Race members who had just soared into the sky were shocked to see their attacks being neutralized so easily. To be able to teleport within the vibrating energy, who exactly is he? The expressions of the rest of the Devil Race also changed drastically. During this time, the fastest demon vaguely saw the other party's appearance. It was a somewhat familiar appearance, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. To be able to break an energy attack with just a wave of his sleeve, his combat prowess is clearly very strong. Furthermore, he is so familiar with it. This Heaven Realm demon frowned slightly as he wondered where he had seen this person before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. There were 2 appearances that completely overlapped and matched. It's him. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. You know who it is. The Devil Race member smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, that person should be Zi-Chin." Zi-Chin? Which Zi-Chin? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and a figure involuntarily appeared in their minds. a powerful heaven realm demon named Zichin. Is there a second one in this world? It really is that Zichin. Didn't he go to the Zhanwu continent to participate in the alien race war? Why is he here? Space distorted as Zichin walked out. This place was already 20,000 miles away from the Devil City. After he appeared, he looked at a mountain peak below and saw a woman standing there. She was wearing a tight black dress that outlined her curvaceous figure. The moment Zichin appeared, the woman raised her head and looked at Zichin. Her red lips were as red as blood, and her beautiful face exuded a wild aura. It's really you. The woman was the first to speak, her voice cold. Looking at the princess of the Power Demon tribe, Zichin nodded and remained silent. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. To be honest, they were enemies. At most, they could be considered acquaintances. Princess, you stopped me. Is there something you need? Zichin asked calmly. Didn't you go to the Zhanwu continent to fight against the alien race? Why are you here? Looking at Zichin, the princess of the Power Demon tribe had a complicated expression. Although she was also a heaven realm demon, when she stood in front of Zichin, she could feel her heart palpitating. It was as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a person, but a great danger that was hibernating. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. I came to take a look at this world and set foot on the star path. Zichin replied. He did not lie. If the alien race really invaded the Zhanwu continent, the demon tribe and the humans would naturally be allies. The alien race has been chased away. The princess of the Power Demon tribe asked again, her expression strange. No, they're only temporarily under control. I believe that before long, the war will erupt again. If the Zhanwu continent cannot be defended, the alien race will invade the Zhanwu continent. The princess of the Power Demon tribe did not ask why Zichin did not participate in the war and instead set foot on the star path. She nodded and said, How long can they last? If it's short, a few decades. If it's long, a few centuries. Thank you for telling me. The princess of the Power Demon tribe nodded again and disappeared in a flash. The reason she stopped Zichin was to know about the alien race. Of course, before that, she had to confirm Zichin's identity. With a smile, Zichin's figure also disappeared. This time he did not stop midway. Instead, he went straight to the Wuji sect in the Holy Land. In the Holy Land, the upper echelons of the Wuji sect gathered once again. This was a routine gathering. They mainly talked about recent events and the depletion of resources. Ever since Zichin had returned, the Wuji sect had undergone a complete makeover. With Su Mengyao and the others in charge, the sect was now in good order. The previous family-like situation no longer happened. Even with Wang Xian'er in charge of the Wuji sect, if the Wang family's disciples wanted to enter the Wuji sect, they would have to take the test twice as hard as ordinary disciples. Other than that, the entire Holy Land had become a harmonious cultivation Holy Land because of the Wuji sect's suppression and management. The phenomenon of big families bullying individual cultivators had also greatly decreased. When cultivators were truly unfairly oppressed, they could seek protection from the Wuji sect and let the Wuji sect uphold justice. After a few thousand years, the Wuji sect that Zichin had established had become the symbol of the Holy Land. Other than that, it was worth mentioning that this place had truly transformed from a barbarian land into a holy land. Other than a few old rivals who still secretly called it a barbarian land, an entire Tianwu continent, this place had already been unified as the Holy Land. It was a cultivation Holy Land that almost all cultivators yearned for. I wonder how Master is doing. As the stewards left one by one, only Qin Feng and the others were left in the hall. Chen Feng muttered, Zichin is so strong. He should be fine. Sun Ling, who was wearing red clothes and sitting on the sect master seat, said very casually, She still didn't call Zichin master. Even Master's wife can't divine it. Chun Feng looked at Su Mengyao and asked, completely ignoring Sun Ling's cold gaze. That's right. Sister, aren't your divination techniques very strong? You're the only one who can divine Zi Chen's location. Sun Ling, who was coldly looking at Chun Feng, turned her head back with a smile. Little girl, you have to call Sister Mengyao Master's wife. Your seniority is too low. Do you understand? Besides Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, who was like a green lotus, had a trace of a smile in her pure eyes. I feel that calling me sister sounds better. Maybe we'll be sisters in the future. Sun Ling looked at Lin Shui unhappily. That's impossible. Little girl, wake up. Stop dreaming. Lin Shui's smile was still on her face. That's hard to say. Definitely impossible. Hearing the two's bickering, Su Mingyao's face revealed a trace of a smile. She said softly, You too stop bickering. Zi Chen is getting stronger and stronger. The distance between us is too far. It's almost impossible to divine it. The soft-spoken Su Mengyao suddenly let out a soft cry. Her expression clearly changed. What's wrong? Did something happen to Master? Chun Feng looked at Su Mengyao with a worried expression. The other people in the room also looked at Su Mengyao with worry in their eyes. Nothing. It's just that I suddenly sensed that Zi Chen might be back soon. Su Mengyao smiled gently. What, back soon? Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their faces were immediately filled with joy. Chun Feng immediately stood up and said excitedly, I'll go and inform Martial Uncle Demon Ape and the others now. As he spoke, Chun Feng was about to stand up, but at this moment a voice sounded, No need. They'll be here soon. As the voice sounded, a golden light flashed in the hall. Within the golden light, Zi Chen's figure appeared. Zi Chen. Looking at the figure in the golden light, everyone subconsciously stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Zi Chen, you're finally back. Above the hall, a silver light flashed. It was Sun Ling who had left the sect master's seat and pounced toward Zi Chen. Around Zi Chen, a golden light flashed. Sun Ling, who was approaching, immediately felt a resistance. Then her charging figure was knocked back. As she retreated, Sun Ling's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness. A cold aura that belonged to extreme Yin appeared. She charged towards Zi Chen again. Around Zi Chen, a golden light flashed again. Sun Ling, who displayed her extreme Yin body, was knocked back again. Chapter 2057. Only Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and Chun Feng were present. The Devil Ape, Zhang Haotian, Long Hu, and LV Peng weren't present. Zi Chen, why are you back? The outsiders have already been chased away. After her initial excitement and joy, Su Mengyao asked. They weren't chased away. We'll talk about this later. How's your comprehension of the heavenly Tao arts? Ignoring Sun Ling, who had vacated the sect master's seat, Zi Chen casually found a seat and sat down. Due to the existence of the time castle, Su Mengyao and the others had long since broken through. They had been comprehending the heavenly Tao arts for quite some time. We've already made considerable progress. If you had come back a little later, we would have discussed going to the Zhanwu continent to support you, said Lin Shui. Shaking his head, Zi Chen said, You don't need to go to the Zhanwu continent. From now on, all of you will guard the everlasting sect. What? The outsiders are going to attack the Zhanwu continent? Everyone's hearts shook. Not so fast. But I believe it's only a matter of time. According to Zi Chen's understanding of the outsiders, the beginning was just an appetizer. As more and more outsiders descended, the passage to the Zhanwu continent would be opened sooner or later. The outsiders would invade sooner or later. At this time, the Devil Ape and the others arrived one after another. When they saw Zi Chen, they couldn't help but become excited. Zi Chen, you're finally back. The devil ape, Longhu, flying tiger, and the others all came forward and gave Zichen a bear hug. Following them, Zhang Haotian and LV Peng also arrived. Wang Xian, who was still in seclusion, had already come out. Shang Guanyu, who had gone to the Moonlight Pavilion, had also received news of Zichen's return and was on her way back. Zichen. After Wang Qiong and Wang Shan heard Zichen's voice transmission, they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps it was because they had to manage the entire family that they had spent a lot of effort, but the two of them still hadn't broken through to the heaven realm. Seeing that almost everyone was present in the hall, Zichen said, "Everyone, I will first tell you about the situation of the Zhan Wu continent." After that, Zichen explained the situation of the Zhan Wu continent in detail. He also deliberately explained about the heaven-defying experts. When everyone heard that there were so many heaven-defying experts comparable to Zichen, their expressions became very solemn. Fortunately, the heaven-defying cultivators had left, so there was no need for them to worry. Otherwise, with the participation of these heaven-defying cultivators, few experts would be able to resist. At the same time, everyone was shocked by Zichen's battle prowess. Clearly, Zichen's battle prowess was far superior to those heaven-defying deities. This time I won't stay for long. My next step will be to step onto the star path. Star path. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. However, they did not reveal any puzzlement on their faces. Instead, they revealed a strange expression. "What? You all know?" Zichen asked curiously when he saw everyone's expressions. "Master, could it be that you heard that old fellow's boasting and came back to prepare to enter the star path?" asked Qin Feng. "What old fellow?" asked Zichen. "That old fellow from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Recently, he's been running over to us whenever he has nothing to do. He said that we're rare geniuses, and that once we step onto the star path, we'll definitely reach the Saint Realm. At that time, he'll come back to protect the everlasting sect. He also said that the 4 saints from back then had all entered the star path, and that because our talent was extraordinary, he would open the star path for us." Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. However, none of us believe him. We feel that he's just an old swindler. The Martial Heaven Alliance's star path. Zichen keenly grasped these 2 words from Qin Feng's words. He asked, "You're saying that someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance came to find you to enter the star path? But he didn't come from the Zhan Wu continent, but from the Martial Heaven continent?" "Yes." Qin Feng nodded. Zichen looked at the others and saw that they were all nodding. Zichen wasn't unfamiliar with the Martial Heaven Alliance. In his memories, it was an alliance composed entirely of celestial experts. To be more accurate, Zichen could also count as a celestial expert. But now, Zichen was standing at the peak of this world. Hearing the Martial Heaven Alliance once more had to have a deeper meaning. Perhaps it was a power on the same level as the Martial Battle Alliance and the Martial Battle family. Or perhaps the Martial Heaven Alliance itself was the Martial Battle family. Originally, Zichen had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find any clues about the star path after coming to this world. He hadn't expected to run into someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance who also knew about the star path. After a moment of silence, Zichen said, "The star path truly can allow people to become saints." Perhaps that elder wasn't lying. Back then, the 4 great sages did enter, but that elder clearly wasn't telling the truth. The reason the 4 great sages became saints wasn't because of the star path, but because they were originally holy beasts. Naturally, they could become saints. This was what the great sage Yinzhong had told Zichen. In the Zhan Wu continent and the Martial Heaven continent, there was only one kind of true saint, the holy beasts. For example, the lightning holy beast, the 4 great sacred beasts, and himself were all existences whose talent far surpassed that of saints. After transforming time and time again, they had all become saints. For them, without the bottleneck of the heaven realm, it was very natural for them to become saints. It was just like those chosen beasts. They could become chosen just by sleeping. However, such existences were innately born. They were extremely few in number, and they had appeared in extremely ancient times. It could even be traced back to when this world had just been formed. They had experienced the changes of time. They had experienced countless battles. Some had died in battle, while others had awakened from their slumber. Other than that, there were also some shocking geniuses. If they wanted to become saints, they had to step onto the star path. The great sage Yin Zhong had made an example of such existences. For example, the most typical example was Wuji. He had relied on his own power to step into the saint realm. Back then, Zichen had heard the great sage Yin Zhong say that this world had a channel to enter the star path. However, that channel was undoubtedly the most dangerous one. It was even more dangerous than the Zhan Wu continent's channel. It was a channel specially made for heaven-defying experts. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's people were suggesting that they all enter. Zichen didn't understand their intentions. "When was the last time he came?" asked Zichen. "It's been a while. Perhaps he'll come again in a few days." Just as Chun Feng finished speaking, an elderly laugh rang out from outside the palace. "So everyone's here. That's good. That saves me the trouble of going one by one." Zichen's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he heard the old voice. He had not sensed that a person had appeared outside the hall. Seeing Zichen's frown, Chun Feng bitterly smiled. "That old fellow is very powerful. Even LV Pang's improved formation is unable to trap him. The entire everlasting sect is unobstructed to him." "Young friend Chun Feng, you're mistaken. If the everlasting sect's grand formation was fully activated, I definitely wouldn't dare to enter." While they were talking, an old man came in. He was wearing hemp clothes and had a smile on his face. He walked in cheerfully and looked at the many people. He said, "Is this a meeting? It seems that my luck is not bad." The old man was about to say something when he suddenly saw Zichen sitting at the side. His expression changed slightly, and he was stunned for a moment before he said, "Zichen, why are you here?" "Why can't it be me?" Zichen stood up and stared at the old man. "Didn't you go to the Zhanwu continent to fight against the alien races?" The old man, who was slightly stunned, quickly reacted and said with a smile, "It's great that you're back. With your current strength, you can enter the Star Road. That's the place that experts like you should be searching for. The death rate there should be very high, right?" asked Zichen. "There's naturally a death rate, but you're all experts. Your chances of survival will be higher." Looking at the confident old man, Zichen continued, "I want to know how many star paths you control." "Of course there's only one star path. As for what happens after entering, it's said that everyone encounters different things." After pondering for a moment, Zichen said, "But as far as I know, the Martial Heaven continent has a very special star path. What you're talking about shouldn't be that special star path, right?" "Special star path?" The old man was startled once more. He was a bit puzzled, but then he seemed to think of something and his expression changed. "In that case, you control 2 star passages." Zichen keenly sensed the change in the old man's expression. His heart moved and he immediately asked, "I'm not sure. We only have 1 star path." The old man shook his head. Seeing that the old man didn't want to admit it, Zichen continued, "As far as I know, that special starry path is specially prepared for heaven-defying cultivators." "Don't tell me that the starry path you let them enter is this starry path." "Of course not." "Then tell me where that star path is." The old man didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at Zichen. Their gazes met, and the old man saw determination in Zichen's eyes. He asked, "You didn't come back to find that star path, did you? Are you preparing to enter that star path from there?" "That's my intention." Zichen didn't hide it. Shaking his head, the old man said, "Don't say that I don't know." Even if I knew where that star path is, I wouldn't tell you. That's the legendary star path. It's too dangerous. With your potential, you can just take our star path if you want to enter the Saint Realm. Why go there to die? Why isn't it an opportunity? Asked Zichen. I don't know if it's an opportunity, but the Martial Heaven Alliance has records that none of the Heaven Defiers who entered returned. As for whether they lived or died, I'm sure you're very clear. Chapter 2058. There was only one Heaven Defier in this world. For a Heaven Defier like Zichen to appear, it meant that the previous Heaven Defier had already died. Hearing the old man's words, Zichen stared at him. You must know where the star path is, right? Tell me where it is. The elder shook his head once more. I don't know. At the same time, I'd advise you not to ask about that star path. It's very dangerous. Zichen flipped his hand, and a celestial sword appeared. Waves of pressure spread. Tell me, and this thing is yours. The elder was surprised by Zichen's generosity. The others' expressions changed when they saw Zichen take out a Heaven Defier. However, the elder still shook his head. It's useless. I have my own Heaven Defier. If a little child like you wants to bribe me, it won't work. I'll say the same thing again. I don't know where that star path is. Seeing the elder's expression, Zichen smiled. Is that so? Then can I trouble you to take a closer look? Is this a Heaven Defier? Zichen circulated his energy into the weapon. The Heaven Defier trembled slightly, and its aura grew even denser. This is a heaven-defying weapon. The elder's pupils shrank as he looked into the weapon's eyes. A heaven-defying weapon was a weapon used by a Heaven Defier. Only in the hands of a Heaven Defier could they unleash their greatest power and easily slaughter ordinary heaven realms. However, that wasn't absolute. A heaven-defying weapon was an extremely powerful weapon. Because a Heaven Defier was using it, its weapon spirit was even stronger. Once an ordinary heaven realm expert subdued it, although the power it could unleash wouldn't be able to compare to a Heaven Defier, it would still be much stronger than an ordinary heaven realm expert. When the old man saw the heaven-defying weapon, his eyes widened. Even his breathing became rapid. He looked at the heaven-defying weapon again and said, You're a heaven-defying cultivator, yet you want to give me a heaven-defying weapon. Zichen guessed that the elder didn't know what had happened on the Martial War continent. In other words, the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Martial War Alliance didn't have any connection. Other than that, the old man didn't know that there were strong and weak heaven-defying cultivators. For example, the weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had only comprehended 10 laws would be much weaker than the weapon forged by a heaven-defying being who had comprehended over 50 laws. Tell me where that special star path is, and this weapon is yours, Zichen said in a deep voice. The old man's expression changed slightly as he hesitated. Buzz. Within Zichen's body, heaven-defying energy poured into the weapon. The weapon trembled, and a violent fiendish aura enveloped the entire hall. In the hall, everyone who felt this aura had a change in expression. After personally feeling this pressure, the old man's hesitant expression turned resolute. He said in a deep voice, I don't know the exact location, but if you make a trip to the ancient race, you might be able to find the answer. However, I still advise you to consider carefully. That star path is extremely dangerous. As he spoke, the old man stepped forward and took away the weapon from Zichen's hand. Obviously, he was worried that his words didn't carry enough weight and would make the latter go back on his word. Zichen was slightly startled, and then he looked a little annoyed. Why didn't he think of the ancient race, the mysterious tribe that was said to have a heavenly path trial? At this moment, the old man took the weapon and then cupped his fists at Zichen. Thank you, little friend Zichen, for giving me this weapon. I'll take my leave now. With that, the old man turned and left, but he didn't invite anyone to enter the star path. Senior, please don't come again next time. My friends won't enter the star path. Zi-Chen was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face as he shouted towards the outside of the hall. "Don't worry. I won't come even if you beat me to death." The old man's voice sounded from outside the hall. He had obtained a heaven-defying weapon with just one sentence. He was afraid that Zi-Chen would go back on his word, so he naturally wouldn't come again. Yes. Seeing the old man's expression as he left, they all looked at Zi-Chen. Obviously, they thought that Zi-Chen had suffered a great loss. Zi-Chen chuckled, but he didn't care. That heaven-defying weapon was the weakest one in his possession. "The Star Path is too dangerous. You guys should stay in the Wuji sect and deal with the upcoming war. These are my gains during this time. I'll give one to each of you." While speaking, Zi-Chen took out more weapons. These weapons gave off a brilliant light that illuminated the hall. At the same time, they gave off an oppressive aura. Feeling the pressure that was much stronger than the previous weapons, LV Peng asked cautiously, "These are all heaven-defying weapons?" Zi-Chen nodded and said, "Every heaven-defying person has one. After killing so many heaven-defying people, I naturally have a lot of these weapons." In the hall, apart from Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, Qin Feng, and Sun Ling, everyone had a heavenly weapon. They had obtained it in the holy burial ground. Seeing so many heavenly weapons, everyone was shocked. This was especially so for the four without heavenly weapons. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The weapons that Zi-Chen took out were all heaven-defying weapons of high quality. Among them, Zi-Chen specially gave a sword to Wang Xian'er because she cultivated the sword Dao. This sword was very suitable for her. The sword's owner had comprehended more than 50 laws. As for the others, he didn't deliberately distribute them. Zi-Chen even felt that there was no need for the devil ape and Zhang Haoyan to take these heavenly weapons. Heavenly weapons needed to be nurtured, and more wasn't better. The two of them had their own fortuitous encounters. The devil ape's black rod had already become a heavenly weapon. It was a supreme treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape bloodline. Naturally, it wasn't inferior to heaven-defying weapons. Zhang Haoqian's stone sword didn't have a weapon spirit, but its material was very special. It was also very compatible with his cultivation technique. There was no need for him to change his weapon. Wang Qiong and the other 3 didn't have any celestial armaments, so they chose their celestial armaments without hesitation. Wang Xian'er took one, and LV Peng also chose one after a slight hesitation. Although he was an array master, he could use it for self-defense. Lin Shui and Su Mengyao picked one each. After the selection of weapons, Zi-Chen kept these heaven-defying weapons. Then he took out 5 ordinary heavenly weapons and gave them to Wang Qiong. He said, "These are for the Wang clan." This Wang Qiong, who had just taken the heaven-defying weapons, was a little hesitant. He had a very good relationship with Zi-Chen. They were life and death brothers. It was fine if he took them, but the Wang clan, take them. "I still have a lot here," Zi-Chen said. Wang Qiong didn't decline and immediately accepted the 5 heavenly weapons. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Obviously, with these 5 heavenly weapons, the Wang clan might have a better chance of survival in the face of war. Looking at the 2 of them, Zi-Chen pondered for a moment. However, he didn't give them anything else. The next thing was naturally to discuss the future development of the Wuji sect. Wang Qiong and Wang Shan, who came from the Wang clan, knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to continue staying here. The 2 of them also knew this, so they took the initiative to leave. After the 2 of them left, Zi-Chen also took out more heavenly weapons, as well as many heaven-level materials. The amount and the brilliance of the materials made everyone present dumbfounded. These were all Zi-Chen's gains. Zi-Chen had been keeping them for the sake of bringing them back to the Wuji sect. This sect was founded by Zi-Chen, and this was also Zi-Chen's home. The people in the sect were his family. Looking past Sun Ling, Zi-Chen looked at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, go through these things. Pick out the materials and put them in the treasury. As for the weapons, take out a few and give them to the elders who have reached the heaven realm and have enough experience. There were a few elders in the Wuji sect who had followed Ziqin since he was in the core Yuan realm. For example, Heifeng, Yilang, Zhangtong, Wulu, and so on. These people had enough experience. Once they reached the heaven realm, they would be given a heavenly weapon as a reward. Qin Feng nodded. With a wave of his hand, he put away all these things. Next, I'm preparing to open the Wuji sect to the public. I'll open the time castle to all the talented disciples of the martial heaven continent to enter and cultivate. I'll give them a certain reward. The highest reward is a heavenly weapon. Other than that, the heaven-level materials can also be used as a reward. It's open to the entire martial heaven continent. Those people's expressions changed. That's right. Open it to all geniuses. Once a huge battle begins, no one can stay out of it. In this kind of situation, personal grudges are insignificant. Chun Feng, make some preparations. Using my name, Ziqin, invite all the powers and aristocratic families of the martial heaven continent to the Wuji sect for a meeting. Remember, as long as a family has an Earth Prime expert, they'll be invited. Qin Feng was startled, but then he nodded. Now that the Great Era had arrived, the Earth Prime experts were everywhere. Once all the powers of the continent were invited, the Wuji sect would be filled with people. However, Ziqin's words couldn't be doubted. No matter how difficult it was, they had to carry it out. He looked at Sunling once more. This sect master was a bit of a headache for him. He didn't understand why he had chosen her, his eldest disciple, to be the sect master. Sunling, call Wu Lu over, said Ziqin. Wu Lu? Why call him over? You can just tell me what to do, said Sunling. Even if I tell you, you can't do it, said Ziqin indifferently. Sunling angrily called Wu Lu over. When he saw Ziqin, he was very surprised and immediately bowed respectfully. Then Ziqin gave Wu Lu a few more instructions. Wu Lu nodded, indicating that he understood. After that, Ziqin didn't have time to chat with the others. He directly stepped onto the path to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground here had become a training ground. The time it opened was also greatly shortened. Now that Ziqin had arrived, it was just in time for it to open again. Many cultivators were waiting outside, waiting for the gate to open. Space distorted, and Ziqin appeared. When the crowd turned around and saw Ziqin, they were all startled. However, they didn't immediately recognize Ziqin. They just thought that he was a heaven realm expert who had come to look for opportunities. Chapter 2059. Ziqin's voice spread out, forming a strange wave that spread out in front of him. He believed that the existence of the Saint Burial Ground would definitely be able to hear his words. As his voice spread out, the cultivators waiting outside the sacred ground stood there in a daze before the Saint Burial Ground could respond. Ziqin, he said, he's Ziqin. That's right, he's Lord Ziqin. No wonder I found him so familiar. Oh my God, I actually saw Lord Ziqin. That's Lord Ziqin, a legendary existence. After being stunned for a short while, the cultivators' faces were filled with excitement. Ziqin was a legendary name, representing a legend of a generation. Almost all the rogue cultivators in the Tianwu continent were familiar with his deeds. 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish recounting them, especially in this sacred ground. Ziqin was comparable to a god. Ever since he dealt with the domineering Wang family in a bloodbath, this sacred ground had undoubtedly become a sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of all rogue cultivators. Everyone was very excited, their eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Ziqin, why are you here again? At this moment, a voice rang out. The space above the gate of the Saint Burial Ground distorted, and a blurry figure appeared. Hearing the voice, everyone turned around. When they saw the illusory figure, Their faces were filled with shock. This area had become a place for everyone to search for opportunities, but they did not know that there was someone in the saint burial ground. Could he be Saint Rose Finch? Looking at the illusory figure and recalling Zi Chen's words, everyone's expressions changed continuously, revealing deep shock in their eyes. "I'm naturally here to discuss something with you," Zi Chen said in a deep voice. "As long as you don't covet the things here, we can discuss anything," said the illusory figure. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not here for those 2 or 3 cultivation techniques. Moreover, you may not have any cultivation techniques that are suitable for me here." "Really?" "Of course." "Come in then." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory figure disappeared into thin air. Above the towering door, a spatial passage appeared. Zi Chen smiled and flew forward. When he reached the entrance, Zi Chen suddenly turned around and looked at the people waiting for the trial. He smiled and said, "Everyone, the holy burial ground won't open today. If you want to know when it will open, go to the Infinity Sect and ask around." Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Zi Chen's figure flashed and entered the passageway. Then the passageway disappeared. "Lord Zi Chen, what is the meaning of this? Why do we need to ask the Boundless Sect?" Obviously, no one understood the meaning of Zi Chen's words, and their faces were filled with confusion. Suddenly, a cultivator's expression changed. "Sir Zi Chen, don't tell me you want to take over this place? What? Take over the holy burial ground? How is that possible?" The others were startled. Think about it. If Lord Zi Chen isn't planning to take over this place, why would he tell us that we need to go to the Infinity Sect to ask when the holy burial ground will open? You should know that although the Infinity Sect has a bit of authority right now, it's definitely not at the point where they can control the holy burial ground. The others gasped when they heard the cultivator's words. When they turned around to look at the saint burial ground again, their eyes were filled with shock. If it was as the other party had guessed, Zi Chen was really going to make a huge move this time. It was destined to shake the entire Tianmu continent. At the same time, a roar rang out from the depths of the holy burial ground. "What? You want my holy burial ground?" This roar didn't dissipate for a long time, causing the entire holy burial ground to shake. Standing in front of the youth, Zi Chen corrected him. "It's not yours. It's Saint Rosefinch's." "Zi Chen, do you know what you're doing?" The youth stared at Zi Chen, his expression changing. "Of course I know. Since you know, have you ever thought about what Saint Rosefinch will do once she returns and the holy burial ground is gone? The other races can invade the continent at any time. In such a dangerous time, I feel like Saint Rosefinch won't care about such a small matter," said Zi Chen indifferently. "A small matter?" The youth's voice grew louder. "You want to open all the trial paths in the holy burial ground, take out all the heavenly Tao magical arts, and even move the holy burial ground. That's even more important than piercing the heavens. Yet you say it's a small matter?" Zi Chen's calm expression turned solemn. He looked at the youth and said, "The other race's invasion is something none of us can ignore. Since we know that the future will be terrible, why don't we make preparations in advance? Make ourselves stronger so that when the disaster comes, we'll have more power to resist." "I'm already doing it. If you hadn't stopped me, the holy burial ground would have opened again today," said the youth unhappily. Zi Chen shook his head. "It's not enough. It's far from enough. I need the holy burial ground to open every day. I need all the cultivation techniques to appear in advance. I need the heavenly Tao magical arts to appear as quickly as possible." "Zi Chen, you're breaking the rules. You're breaking the rules set by the saints. These things are left behind by the saints, and they can be considered the saints' own possessions. The fact that they allowed others to enter the trial shows the saints' magnanimity. But you're insatiably greedy." In the face of the youth's cold gaze, Zi Chen said, "This is just making the best use of things. There might seem to be many things here, but they're useless to the saints. Let alone the saints. Even I, Zichen, don't want them. The youth sneered. If you don't want them, then don't come. I came for the sake of the world's people. You should use those words to trick others. Let me tell you, Zichen, if you want the holy burial ground, there's no way. The youth was stubborn, and his tone was firm. Of course, in Zichen's eyes, he was stubborn and did not know how to be flexible. The things here belong to the saints, not you alone. I think that if the saints were here, they would definitely agree. Impossible. The youth snorted. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. I want to see the saints. You know that the saints aren't here, and you know that. That's why you dare to come here. Then you must have a way to contact the saints. I don't know. I can't contact her. The youth turned his head. If I tear this place down, you won't be able to contact her either. Zichen's tone was cold. Whatever, as long as you have the strength. A mocking smile appeared on the young man's face. However, in the next moment, the mocking smile on his face froze. Zichen, who was in front of him, released his own chi. Golden energy filled his entire body, and he emitted a violent chi. Zichen stood there, and the space around him began to distort naturally. That was caused by the space being unable to withstand this power. Zichen looked at the youth coldly. The golden light around him became bright again. At this moment, not only did he raise his aura to the peak, but he also pushed his body to the limit. Boom! The distorted space exploded with a loud bang after Zichen displayed his peak aura. Then, with Zichen as the center, a huge black hole appeared. After the black hole appeared, it continued to spread. It was a comprehensive destruction. Once it spread, the entire saint burial ground and the layout of the saints would be completely destroyed. The peak of the heaven realm. Feeling Zichen's aura, the youth's expression changed drastically. He knew that Zichen was a heaven-defying saint. At the same time, he also knew how powerful a heaven-defying saint at the peak of the heaven realm was. But what he did not expect was that Zichen had really reached the peak of the heaven realm. Moreover, it was the true peak after fusing with the heaven-defying energy. Looking at the expanding black hole, the youth reacted and said in a sharp voice, "Damn it, stop right now. You will destroy this place." Standing in the black hole, Zichen's expression was cold as he said, "Inform the saints to tell me why I am here. Otherwise, I will destroy this place." The youth's expression changed, and he seemed to be hesitating. Boom! The energy around Zichen trembled, and the black hole expanded faster. Okay, I will inform the saints now. Hurry up and stop." Looking at the accelerating black hole, the youth's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "Inform them right now." The energy around Zichen did not dissipate. The black hole no longer expanded, but it also prevented it from healing. "Damn it, you will regret this." Glaring fiercely at Zichen, the young man knelt on one knee and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He raised his head and said with a sincere expression, "Saint, I am your most loyal servant. I beg you with all my heart. Please shine your light on the earth and illuminate the world." Looking at the young man's expression and the words he said, Zichen curled his lips and smiled. What a scammer! A mysterious energy pierced through the holy burial ground, passed through the martial heaven continent, and reached the Zhan Wu continent. It then spread to an unknown space. At this moment, multicolored streams of energy were flowing through this space. Destructive auras were constantly wreaking havoc. This was a space where the laws couldn't reach. It was also a channel that the saints of the other races had to open. Within this space, there were 7 or 8 figures sitting or standing. Each one of them was emitting a suffocating, holy aura. Following the arrival of this mysterious aura, a woman in flame-colored robes frowned slightly. She whispered, "I feel something calling me. Did something happen to the sacred land? Did the other races invade the martial heaven continent? Hearing the woman's whisper, an azure-robed man turned around. Azure Dragon, are you joking? The battle on the Zhan Wu continent hasn't even begun. How could the other races invade the Martial Heaven continent? Said another man. If Zichen were here, he would definitely recognize this man as the Lightning Saint Beast. I'll go take a look. At the same time, a ray of light left her body. Chapter 2060. This saint might appeared without warning. As soon as it appeared, a figure condensed within it, and the saint might grew even denser. Zishu greets the saint. Seeing Saint Rosefinch appear, the youth bowed respectfully with a pious expression. Zishu, why did you call me? The saint's voice rang out, and the saint might shook the space even more, causing it to become even more unstable. It's him. It's Zichen. He wants to destroy this place. Zishu turned around and pointed at Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was controlling his own energy so that the black holes around him couldn't heal. Zichen, why are you here? What's going on? Asked Saint Rosefinch as he looked at the black holes around Zichen. This is a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. The energy around Zichen immediately dissipated, and the black holes around him healed. He asked me for this sacred ground. I didn't give it to him, so he wanted to destroy this place. Fortunately, I contacted the saint, or else Zichen would have destroyed this place, complained Zishu. Zichen, what's going on? Saint Rosefinch looked at Zichen with a dignified expression. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. It's like this. I'm planning to move the holy burial ground slightly, and then open it completely for the cultivators of the Martial Heaven continent to use. Why is that? Asked Saint Rosefinch. He wasn't angry. Although the situation on the Martial Heaven continent has stabilized, it's only a matter of time before a war breaks out. Once the Martial Heaven continent can't withstand it, the flames of war will spread to the Martial Heaven continent. There are too many mortals on this continent. If a war breaks out, it will definitely be a catastrophe. I hope that before the war starts, the overall strength of the Martial Heaven continent's cultivators will increase a little. That way we can reduce the casualties. Saint, don't listen to his nonsense. He clearly wants to control the holy burial ground and strengthen his everlasting sect, said Zishu. Zichen definitely doesn't have any selfish motives. I hope the saint can take pity on the common people and grant Zichen his wish, said Zichen. At the same time, he cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to the saint. The saint glanced at Zichen and said unhappily, Little brat, you speak as if this saint doesn't pity the common people. Your idea is not bad. I can agree. Ah, Zishu was stunned when he heard that. He was a little dumbfounded. He did not expect the saint to agree just like that. Zichen was delighted and immediately thanked the saint. However, Zichen quickly looked at Saint Rosefinch and said, Saint, are there other saints where you are? For example, the Azure Dragon Saint, the White Tiger Saint, and the Xuanwu Saint? Hearing Zichen's words and seeing the flattering expression on Zichen's face, Zishu's expression changed. He stared blankly at Zichen. He had originally thought highly of Zichen. Who would have thought that this fellow was even more ambitious? That's right, they're all here. Saint Rosefinch's eyes shone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, Saint Vermilion Bird, can you help me talk to them? Tell them to move all their burial grounds and give me full authority. That way, we can create more strong cultivators in a short time. All right, Saint, do you have any more palaces that can speed up the flow of time? If you do, can you give me a few more? Everything is for the sake of the world. Please have mercy on us, Saint. Zishu was speechless. He had seen greedy people before, but he had never seen someone as greedy as Zichen. Not only did this fellow have designs on Saint Rosefinch, but he also didn't let the other saints off. Moreover, this fellow was extremely thick-skinned. This was the first time he had seen someone ask a saint for something so shamelessly in the name of the common people. Little brat, You keep saying the common people of the world. You make it seem like we don't know anything. Saint Rosefinch was so angry that he was about to laugh. For the common people of the world, I hope the saint can help me. All right, don't keep saying the common people of the world. I'll give this to you. As for that time castle, I don't have it here, but the other 3 sacred lands should have it. Little fellow, you have to work hard. Don't waste so much energy. When the foreign races invade, we won't be able to defend the martial heaven continent. You've given me all the resources. If I can't defend the continent, please take my head. Zi Chen patted his chest. Do you want me to go to the Star Path and take your head? Saint Rosefinch glanced at Zi Chen. With that, the saint's figure dissipated, leaving behind a flaming token. Saintly might emanated from the token. The saint's final words meant that they were all paying attention to him and were aware of his movements. That warmed Zi Chen's heart. Clearly, he hadn't been fighting alone on the martial heaven continent. Those saints had all been paying attention to him. It's a holy token. Zi Shu cried out when he saw the token. Zi Shu backed down. A dignified voice rang out. Zi Chen stepped forward and grabbed the token. He glanced at Zi Shu. Seeing Zi Chen's smug expression, Zi Shu couldn't help but feel angry. He muttered, I really don't know what kind of ability you have. You can even trick a saint. Using the token, he smacked Zi Shu's head. Zi Chen said smugly, this isn't called cheating. This is called using sincerity to move a saint. Zi Shu curled his lips. What happened? In that mysterious space, Saint Rosefinch opened his eyes and asked the Azure Dragon Saint. Thinking back to what Zi Chen had just said, the Saint Rosefinch smiled. It's nothing big. It's that little fellow Zi Chen. He wants my sacred land. I didn't pay attention to him for a few days, and he returned to the martial heaven continent. The Azure Dragon Saint laughed. They were very satisfied with what Zi Chen had done this time, especially with how he had dealt with the 5 elements families. He had truly put righteousness first. Why does he want your sacred land? Asked the Azure Dragon Saint suddenly. Not just mine. He also wants yours. Saint Rosefinch's smile didn't fade. He wants so much? What does he want? You didn't give it to him, did you? The Azure Dragon Saint was startled. The other saints all looked over. That little fellow used the name of the world's people to ask me to pity them. How could I not give it to him? Saint Rosefinch smiled. He said that the foreign races would invade the martial heaven continent sooner or later. He wanted to gather all the resources together and manage them. He also wanted to move the 4 sacred lands to his everlasting sect. I felt that this was feasible, so I agreed. Zi Chen hadn't told Saint Rosefinch where he wanted to move the burial ground, but Saint Rosefinch could guess. This lad is ambitious, but this is good too. If we can unify the management, there will be more experts who can forge weapons. This is much better than the Zhanwu continent. The Green Dragon Saint nodded. Beside him, the other saints nodded when they heard this. The martial heaven continent was too large, and there were too many powers. Furthermore, they were all powerful. Even with Zi Chen's prestige, it wouldn't be easy to unify them. Let's move it. It's time to release the dragon vein. I hope that Brat can really do something, said a burly man. That little fellow knows his limits. I'm the first one to think highly of him, said the lightning saint, who had been listening the entire time. Beside him was the elder who had refined Zi Chen's saber. If you want to talk about the first one to think highly of him, it should be me. Back when he hadn't even reached the Earth Yuan, I was already paying attention to him, smiled Saint Rosefinch. Zi Shu, hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. This speed is making me very unhappy. Holding the holy badge in his hand, Zi Chen looked at Zi Shu and said proudly, You're preparing to move the holy burial ground away. Do you think it's easy? Zi Shu glared at Zi Chen. He was very unhappy. Zi Shu, it's not that I want to nag at you, but you said that you were born to be a miser. If you don't use these things for anything, then aren't they the same as trash? Zichen tried to enlighten Zishu, but he could not suppress the pride on his face. This time, he had obtained the 4 holy burial grounds for free. It was a great opportunity. Humph! Zishu snorted but didn't refute Zichen. He was preparing to shrink the holy burial ground and move it. Zichen's figure flashed and flew out of the holy burial ground. At this moment, the people outside the holy burial ground hadn't left yet. When they saw Zichen, they all exclaimed, why haven't you left yet? Zichen was surprised to see these people. Lord Zichen, is the holy burial ground really not open today? A cultivator mustered up the courage to ask. Not only that, you don't have to wait here in the future. I'll move the holy burial ground to the Wuji sect. If you want to go to the holy burial ground in the future, you can go through the Wuji sect. Hearing Zichen's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Zichen to not only control the holy burial ground, but also take it away. For a moment, everyone was stunned and speechless. Boom! At this moment, the holy burial ground began to tremble. The earth began to shake violently. In front of everyone, the majestic holy burial ground began to shrink bit by bit. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. The holy burial ground was shrinking. It seemed that it was really going to be taken away. Boom! The earth was still shaking and rumbling sounds were heard. At the same time, the tremors continued to spread until it reached the Wuji sect, then the holy burial ground, and even the entire southern continent. Boom! As the holy burial ground shrank, the entire southern continent trembled as if there was a major earthquake. For a moment, the tremors made many forces panic. One by one, they rushed into the sky to find the source of the tremors. Chapter 2061. In the Wuji sect, as soon as the ground shook, several figures shot up into the sky. They all exuded powerful auras, and each of them was a heaven realm expert. There were dozens of them, and they all shot up into the sky in an instant. The scene was quite spectacular. What's going on? Why is the ground shaking? The heaven realm experts released their spiritual senses. When they sensed that the ground within the range of their spiritual senses was shaking, their expressions changed drastically. The source seems to be in the direction of the Saint Burial Ground. LV Peng retracted his spiritual senses and looked at the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground. Zichen seems to have gone there. Could he be the cause of this movement? Zhang Haotian frowned slightly. Let's go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Haotian and the others immediately flew in the direction of the Saint Burial Ground. In the process, the devil ape said to the other experts who were looking up, "The rest of you don't need to go. You guys are responsible for guarding the mountain gate." At the same time, in the entire southern region, many experts from various factions also flew into the sky to investigate the source of the tremors. Before they could find out what was going on, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded. This dragon roar was loud and clear. In an instant, it spread from underground to every corner of the southern region. The dragon roar was filled with excitement and joy, as if it was suddenly released after being trapped for thousands of years. The ground shook more and more violently, and at the same time, it affected some of the underground spirit veins, causing them to change. The underground spirit energy became denser and denser, and finally, some of the spirit peaks exploded, and dense spirit energy shot up into the sky. After the spirit veins under the control of many factions exploded, the spirit energy within them dissipated. The spirit energy was so dense that many of them turned into pure spirit stones in the sky and fell to the ground. Some of the smaller factions controlled very small spirit veins, and under normal circumstances, the highest quality spirit stones produced by these spirit veins were low-grade spirit stones. However, with the changes in the earth, the spirit veins exploded, and the spirit stones that spurted out were of a higher quality. They were all mid-grade spirit stones. While the hearts of the leaders of these forces were shaken, their expressions also became very excited. This was because in the deep pit of the spirit vein that had exploded, they saw many spirit stones scattered, and those spirit stones were of higher quality. The same thing was happening in various parts of the southern reaches. Numerous spirit veins appeared, exploding, and new spirit veins appeared in some of the more ordinary areas. The spirit vein exploded, and a portion of it turned into spirit stones that fell to the ground. However, even more spirit chi filled the air, causing the entire southern region to be instantly enveloped by a dense spirit chi. As a result, the spirit chi in the entire southern region became increasingly dense, especially in the vicinity of the holy burial ground. The spirit chi there was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, like a colorful fog. As soon as Manshur and the others arrived at the holy burial ground, they heard the dragons roar. Then they saw the changes in the heavens and earth. They saw the shrinking holy burial ground and saw Zichen standing in front of it. Mo Yuan flew to Zichen's side and asked in shock, "What's going on?" Zichen clearly did not understand the situation in front of him. He shook his head, then looked at the shrinking holy burial ground and asked, "Zishu, what's going on?" When Su Mengyao and the others who came later saw the scene, they were also shocked. After a while, Zishu's voice was heard. In order for the holy burial ground to function, it needs a huge amount of spirit chi. Back then, the saints sealed the dragon veins in the entire southern region. Now that you want to move the holy burial ground, the sealed dragon veins were freed. The spirit chi that had accumulated for many years exploded, and it became like this. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. They only knew that Zichen had come to the holy burial ground, but they did not expect that Zichen's purpose was to move the holy burial ground. In that case, the spirit chi of heaven and earth will always be this rich in the future. This is only a temporary outbreak. Once this spirit chi is completely integrated into the heaven and earth, this situation will no longer occur. However, when the dragon veins are completely released, the spirit chi of the entire southern region will be greatly increased in density. It's just that it won't be as rich as it is now. Zichen nodded with a hint of joy on his face. With such rich spirit chi of heaven and earth, the speed of a cultivator's breakthrough would be even faster. At the same time, Zichen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Then are the other holy burial grounds built on the dragon veins?" Of course. Without the spirit chi of the dragon veins, how can such a large, holy burial ground function normally? After confirming his guess, Zichen also guessed why the saint was willing to move the holy burial ground. It seemed that they also had the intention of releasing the underground dragon veins. It was not easy to retract the entire holy burial ground. The earth trembled for half a day before Zishu finally put away the holy burial ground. At this moment, the holy burial ground was only the size of a palm and was held in Zishu's hand. Su Mengyao and the others all knew Zishu. After seeing him appear, they nodded kindly. "Where are you going to put the holy burial ground?" "South of the Wuji sect. Come with me." Zichen had already considered this and had already thought of a place to put it. After arranging the holy burial ground, what Zichen needed to do was to expand the Wuji sect again. Along the way, Zichen instructed, "This time the holy burial ground doesn't need to be so big. We can completely give up on some unnecessary tests. This way, the consumption of spirit chi will be less. LV Peng, you'll be in charge of setting up some spirit gathering formations to let the holy burial ground operate on its own. If there isn't enough spirit chi, you can use spirit stones to activate it." LV Ping nodded and said, "No problem. As long as we don't fully activate the holy burial ground, we can still maintain it by grabbing a small dragon vein." "That's good, but you'd better grab 4 small dragon veins." LV Peng was stunned and asked, "Why do we need 4?" The others also looked at Zi Chen in confusion. I'm going to bring back the other 3 holy burial grounds, Zi Chen said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they were shocked, speechless. Getting 1 saint burial ground was already enough to shock them. But who would have thought that Zi Chen would actually want to get all 4 saint burial grounds? For an array master like LV Peng, it wasn't difficult for him to grab a few dragon veins. After carefully investigating where Zi Chen was going to place them, his figure flashed and disappeared. Demon Ape, take some Heaven Realm cultivators with you and help Zishu count the remaining cultivation methods in the Holy Burial Ground. Meng Yao, you and the rest of you distribute them according to their types. After that, see which trials are useful for tempering and leave some for future cultivators to use as a training ground. They listened to Zi Chen's instructions and nodded repeatedly. It was a little difficult to collect them because of the dragon veins, but it was much easier to put them down. As Zishu threw out the Holy Burial Ground, the entire Holy Burial Ground expanded with the wind and landed with a loud bang, causing the earth to tremble again. At this moment, the movement here had already attracted the attention of the other experts of the Wuji sect. When they came here and saw Zi Chen and the others, they were surprised. The news of Zi Chen's return was not known to everyone, but then, when they saw that in front of Zi Chen and the others was the Holy Burial Ground, they were even more shocked. Is that the Holy Burial Ground? It looks like it. What do you mean it looks like it? It is. Sect Master Zi Chen actually moved the Holy Burial Ground here. Everyone was stupefied, feeling as if they were dreaming. This scene was truly hard to believe. Zi Shu, as the manager of the Holy Burial Ground, you should know the other 3 managers, right? Looking at Zi Shu, who had a complicated expression, Zi Chen asked, I've seen them before. What about it? Zi Shu looked back at Zi Chen. He seemed to have accepted his fate and was no longer targeting Zi Chen. Then come with me. I'm afraid they won't believe the sacred token. You can be a witness, said Zi Chen. They really aren't easy to talk to. Then I'll go with you. Zi Shu didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. That surprised Zi Chen. While Zi Chen was moving the Holy Burial Ground, the Wuji sect had sent many experts to the various powers of the martial heaven continent according to Qin Feng's instructions. For existences like the 5 Elements family, they naturally needed a heaven realm expert to deliver the news. This time, the one heading to the 5 Elements family was Zhang Tong. He was an expert who had followed Zi Chen since he was in the Primal Core realm. His reputation in the Wuji sect wasn't small. Ever since Zi Chen had returned several hundred years ago and Zhang Tong had been in charge of massacring the Wang family, Zhang Tong's reputation had become even more resounding. Ever since he had broken through to the heaven realm, he had his own status in the entire martial sky continent. Thinking that he was going to the 5 Elements family in the name of Sect Master Zi Chen, the calm Zhang Tong's expression clearly changed. With his fastest speed, he arrived outside the Jin family city and released his powerful aura. This heaven realm aura immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the city. Soon, a middle-aged man in golden robes flew out of the city and cupped his fists at Zhang Tong from afar. I didn't know Brother Zhang was coming. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Brother Zhang, please enter the city for a chat. Zhang Tong waved his hand. No need. Go and call your family head out. Also, call the other 4 family heads. Tell them that I'm here on Sect Master Zi Chen's orders to deliver a message. Hearing Zhang Tong's words, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes because Zhang Tong wanted to call out the family heads. Moreover, he wanted the 5 of them to come out to meet him. Clearly, he was looking down on them. However, after hearing the last sentence, the dissatisfaction on his face disappeared and was replaced with surprise. He asked, Sect Master Zi Chen's orders? Could it be that Sect Master has returned from the martial heaven continent? Zhang Tong nodded. Hurry up. I still have to go somewhere else to deliver the order. Brother Zhang, please wait a moment. The Heaven Realm expert cupped his fists and turned to leave. Chapter 2062. Zhang Tong stood outside the Five Elements family and gradually withdrew his Heaven Realm aura. In Gold City, there were many cultivators who sensed the aura of the heavenly realm and looked over curiously. The relationship between the Wuji sect and the Five Elements family was very complicated. Strictly speaking, they were fated enemies, but for some reason they had to reconcile. However, in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Five Elements family, they didn't really recognize the Wuji sect. In fact, they were the real ancient family with an unimaginable foundation. However, the everlasting sect had risen to power. In just a few thousand years, it had developed to the point where it could stand shoulder to shoulder with the old forces. Back then, Zichen had even brought a group of heavenly realm experts to steal their heavenly book, causing them to suffer great losses. After suffering such a big loss, the Five Elements family didn't have the courage or strength to take revenge. Looking at the Heaven Realm Zhang Tong, many cultivators of the Jin family had complicated expressions. In less than a moment, 2 rays of light flew out of the city. In addition to the Heaven Realm cultivator, the current head of the Jin family also came. Brother Zhang. The head of the Jin family came in front of Zhang Tong and cupped his fists. Zhang Tong opened his eyes and looked at the head of the Jin family. He also cupped his fists in return and then asked, "Greetings, head of the Jin family. When will the other heads of the family arrive?" The Wuji sect only sent an elder, but the head of the Jin family had to personally respond. Many cultivators of the Jin family felt uncomfortable in their hearts. "I've already notified them. The others will be here soon. I wonder why Sect Master Zichen is looking for the 5 of us," the head of the Jin family asked carefully. He was a head of a family, and he gave face to the Wuji sect. In addition to the fact that the Wuji sect was comparable to an old force, the news about Zichen spread in the Jianwu continent was also a major factor. They knew very well that Zichen was now the #1 person below the Saint Realm. There were even rumors that Zichen's combat strength was comparable to a Saint Realm cultivator. In the Jianwu continent, all forces had to be polite to Zichen. Naturally, they didn't dare to slight him. "Let's talk about the important matter when everyone is here," Zhang Tong said indifferently. "That's good." The head of the Jin family nodded. Zhang Tong didn't say much, so the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Fortunately, the other 4 family heads arrived quickly and broke the gloomy atmosphere. Looking at the 5 family heads, Zhang Tong recalled Chen Feng's instructions and said, "Sect Master Zichen is preparing to gather all the powers of the martial heaven continent for a meeting in the everlasting sect. The time has been set for 2 months. I came specifically to pass on the message. All the powers of the Tianwu continent, that's right, all forces, including clans, are invited as long as they have at least 1 Earth Prime expert." Hearing Zhang Tong's words, the patriarch's faces were filled with doubt. If an Earth Yuan cultivator was qualified to participate, then there would be too many people going. The few of them fell into deep thought. Zhang Tong said, "Before I leave, I'll have to trouble you all with one thing." "Please speak," the head of the Jin family said in a deep voice. "I know that your 5 elements aristocratic families have many vassal forces beside you. I won't inform these forces, but I'll have to trouble the family heads to inform them. Among those vassal forces, as long as they're qualified, they'll be invited. Sect head Zichen has specially said that every force that's qualified is qualified to come, and no one is allowed to obstruct them in any way." The patriarchs nodded. The head of the Jin family asked, "That's not a problem, but I don't know why Sect Master Zichen has gathered us." Before the head of the Jin family could finish his words, the ground began to shake. It was like an earthquake. The frequency of the shaking grew faster and faster, causing the ground to shake. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of the few patriarchs to change. Even Zhang Tong's eyes flashed with a strange light. As his spiritual senses spread out, the ground within the range of his spiritual senses began to shake. Within Jin City, rays of light soared into the sky and shot out in all directions. They were clearly searching for the source of the shaking. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded in this area. What's going on? What's happening? Voices were heard throughout the entire Golden City, and more cultivators soared into the sky. Immediately after, a series of tremors came from the distance, followed by energy fluctuations. Sect Master, something bad has happened. Our veins have all exploded. A moment later, a slightly panicked voice sounded, and a pseudo-heaven rushed over. What? All the veins have exploded? The expression of the head of the Jin family suddenly changed, and then he looked at Zhang Tong. It seemed that only the everlasting sect had the strength and courage to do this. Seeing the head of the Jin family look over, Zhang Tong frowned slightly. Just as he was about to ask what the head of the Jin family meant, an explosion came from several miles behind him. Boom! This explosion sounded abruptly, and then waves of dense spirit energy soared into the sky. Because the spirit energy was too dense, many spirit stones condensed in the air and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the place became colorful and full of spirit energy. Seeing this scene, the family heads were clearly a little stunned, not understanding what was going on. Family head, the source of the tremors is the holy burial ground. Something happened there. Another voice sounding even more flustered. The holy burial ground? What happened there? The head of the Jin family asked in a deep voice. I'm not sure. Zi Chen is there, and we don't dare to get close, said the Heaven Realm expert, who came later. Zi Chen. The expressions of the patriarchs changed at the same time. Sect Master. Zhang Tong's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look first. After exchanging glances, the family heads nodded. No matter what Zi Chen was up to, they had to go and see. Before leaving, the head of the Jin family asked, Brother Zhang, are you coming with us? Let's go, we can meet the sect master. The group flew towards Jin City. The holy burial ground was controlled by the 5 Elements family and a few other major forces. If other forces and itinerant cultivators wanted to enter, besides waiting for the opening of the holy burial ground, they also had to pay some compensation to these forces. Now that something happened in the holy burial ground, the leaders of these forces immediately rushed over. After all, this was a holy land that even had heavenly Tao techniques. From afar, they saw Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen was fighting side by side with a young man. Around them was rich spirit energy that couldn't be dispersed, and in front of them was the shrinking holy burial ground. The holy burial ground is shrinking. What's going on? Why is the holy burial ground shrinking? Why is the spirit energy here so rich? When the 5 Elements family arrived, there were already many Heaven Realm experts here. When these Heaven Realm experts saw the changes in the holy burial ground, they were all shocked, but they didn't dare to rush forward. Because Zi Chen was there. With the arrival of the 5 Elements family, the leaders of these forces seemed to have found their backbone, and only then did they follow the 5 family heads and fly over. Greetings, Lord Zi Chen. The 5 family heads bowed. Now, Zi Chen's battle strength was the strongest in the Heaven Realm, and it wasn't an exaggeration to call him Lord. You're all here. Zi Chen looked back at everyone, and his gaze fell on the shrinking holy burial ground in front of him again. Lord, what's going on? The Jin family head asked. Below the holy burial ground, there is a dragon vein imprisoned. Now that this dragon vein is completely released, the spirit energy of this continent will be even richer in the future. Hearing Zi Chen's explanation, the leaders of the forces immediately had a look of joy on their faces. Obviously, during the process of coming, they all knew about the explosion of their family's mineral veins. According to the news, it was a good thing. The quality of the spirit stones would be higher, and the quantity of spirit stones would also be greater. What about this holy burial ground? The Jin family head asked again. Zi-chan noticed Zhang Tong and nodded at him. I'm going to bring this matter to the everlasting sect. Oh, Zhang Tong is here as well. You should know why I've gathered everyone. This meeting is also related to this matter. Zi-chan noticed Zhang Tong and nodded at him. Take the holy burial ground away. The leaders of the forces were also shocked, and even Zhang Tong was the same. Obviously, he left early and didn't know what happened to the Wuji sect later. Only by taking it away will it be easier to manage. The war is coming, and this kind of family-style monopoly and indirect opening can no longer supply the needs of this world. Zi-chin said in a deep voice. The leaders of the forces naturally understood the meaning of Zi-chen's words, and they all remained silent. In front of Zi-chin, even if they were unwilling, they couldn't and didn't dare to refute anything. The rumbling continued as the holy burial ground shrunk at a faster pace compared to when Zi-shu was trying to take it away. However, the space around the place was extremely distorted, preventing anyone below the heavenly realm from approaching it. As the rumbling disappeared, the distorted space stabilized. The holy burial ground was now in the hands of a bulky man who brought the holy burial ground to Zi-chen and said, Under the order of Saint Rosefinch, the Qinglong sacred area has been stored away. Zi-chen glanced at the bulky man in a blue robe and nodded. Thanks for the trouble. Can you and Zi-shu return to the Wuji sect first? I have to pay a visit to the western continent. This time the bulky man was surprisingly cooperative in his visit to the Qinglong sacred area. According to him, the Sacred One had told him to cooperate with Zi-chen at all costs. Since the Sacred One had already given the order, it was meaningless for Zi-shu to follow him. It was better for him to return to the sacred area and organize the remains. We'll be going then. Following the bulky man's nod, Zi-shu excused himself from Zi-chen and left the place. Master, Zi-chen, who was that? The leaders of the forces finally collected their thoughts after the two left. The guardian of the Qinglong sacred area, Muzhan. Zi-chen turned around and glanced at the leaders of the forces before saying, Everyone, I believe you have received the news. In 2 months' time, all the leaders of the factions of the Tianmu continent will gather at the Wuji sect for a meeting. The minimum requirement is for your faction to possess an Earth Prime. Chapter 2063. After taking another saint burial ground, Zi-chen headed to the western continent. Zi-chen had been to this continent before. There was a Buddhist sect there called the Western Desert, and Zi-chen's good friend, Evil Good Monk, was there. The saint burial ground in this area was in the Western Desert, and it was under the rule of Buddhism. Zi-chen went directly to the sky above the saint burial ground and looked down at the saint burial ground below. At this moment, there were many cultivators gathered in front of the saint burial ground, and there were even some old monks sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be waiting for the saint burial ground to open. Unlike other saint burial grounds, the opening of this place was irregular. Sometimes it would be several years apart, and sometimes it would open once every 2 years. The longest time it would open was no more than 5 years. Relatively speaking, the opening frequency here was very high. Zi-chen's arrival did not attract much attention, because there were often heavenly realm cultivators who came here to try their luck. After seeing Zi-chen, many people looked away. Only a few heavenly realm cultivators had a hint of doubt in their eyes. Then, 2 people stood up and walked toward Zi-chen. One of them was a cultivator, and the other was an old monk. Looks like he's looking for someone to form an alliance with, murmured some heavenly realm cultivators not far away. Entering the saint burial ground was accompanied by many dangers. If some heavenly realm cultivators worked together, the chances of success would be higher. However, before the two people reached Zichen looked at the saint burial ground in front of him and said, Zichen of the Wuji sect requests an audience with the saint burial ground. This voice formed a strange sound wave that spread forward. The two heavenly realm cultivators who were walking toward him were enveloped by the sound wave. Their expressions changed immediately and they dodged to the side. The cultivators, who did not care at first, all looked up and looked at Zichen. Their eyes flashed, and their faces were filled with shock. Zichen of the Wuji sect. Hearing this shout, the familiar figure finally looked like the majestic figure in their memories. For a moment, all kinds of uproar sounded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichen, and their faces were filled with shock. What's the matter? A deep voice sounded from the holy burial ground. Under the orders of Saint Rosefinch, we are to move the white tiger holy ground away from this place and head to the Wuji sect. As he spoke, a fiery red token appeared in Zichen's hand. The space above the holy burial ground distorted as a young man walked out. The moment he appeared, a thick, murderous aura spread out. Many years ago, the Western Desert was known as the Buddhist Sangha. However, when the Arhat came into being and the various legacies he brought with him, the Buddhist Sangha officially changed its name to the Buddhist sect. The current sect master of the Buddhist sect was the former Arhat, the good and evil monk whose reputation was not inferior to Zichen's at all. In the Western Desert, his reputation was even greater than that of Zichen. At that moment, the evil good monk was sitting cross-legged in the Buddhist sect's main hall. Golden light and black light flickered around him at times. His expression was solemn and benevolent at times, but at other times it was ferocious and bloodthirsty. Sect master. An anxious voice suddenly came from outside the hall. The strange changes around him disappeared. The monk opened his eyes and became benevolent again. He looked at the door and said, "What's the matter?" His appearance was solemn and dignified, and the light of Buddha surged around his body. He was like an eminent monk that had attained the Tao, and he was filled with compassion and compassion. The Wuji sect wants to take away the holy burial ground. The voice outside sounded again. What? The Buddhist light in the monk's eyes dissipated, and the compassion gradually disappeared. The Wuji sect wants to move the holy burial ground to the Wuji sect, the voice repeated. How dare you? A roar came from the main hall, and the compassion in the monk's eyes disappeared completely. He stood up directly, and the Buddhist power around him surged. His expression gradually became cold and stern. A small Wuji sect dares to come here and mess with Lord Zeng. How dare you? Which little bastard of the Wuji sect came here? Go and tell them that even Zichen, the leader of the Wuji sect, doesn't dare to mess around in Lord Zeng's territory. The loud voice came out, and the main hall opened automatically. A powerful aura filled the surroundings. At the same time, the monk's voice reverberated throughout the entire Buddhist sect. Such a vulgar tone was also against the Buddhist discussion of the Tao. Thus, many of the old monks could only chant Amitabha in their hearts and pretend that they did not hear it. A relatively young monk stood outside the door. When he saw the good and evil monk come out, he immediately put his palms together and bowed, but his expression was somewhat hesitant. Is the holy burial ground something that can be moved just like that? Which little brat came? The monk glanced at the monk outside the hall. It's the Wuji sect master, Zichen. What? Zichen. The monk's eyes widened and he asked, which Zichen? The Wuji sect master, Zichen, the other person repeated. Damn it, isn't this guy in the Zhan-Wu continent? How did he come here? Moreover, he dares to have ideas about Lord Zeng. No, let's go and have a look. The holy burial ground is Lord Zeng's. As he spoke, the monk's expression showed a rare excitement. He immediately flew out of the Buddhist sect. Boom! At that moment, the earth began to tremble. and a rumbling sound resounded through the world. In an instant, the old monks of the Buddhist sect, who were still in seclusion, opened their eyes, and their powerful spiritual senses spread out. They were all in the heavenly realm, and because these old monks practiced cultivation methods, their spiritual senses were very powerful. In addition, the holy burial ground was not too far away from the Buddhist sect. Therefore, their spiritual senses immediately detected the changes in the holy burial ground, as well as the imposing figure outside the holy burial ground that had awed an era. It really is sect master Zichen. The holy burial ground is really shrinking. What did Zichen do? Is he really going to take the holy burial ground away? The holy burial ground was once inhabited by a saint. Although the saint has left now, it's definitely not something that can be taken away just like that. Almost all of the old monks had heard the previous conversation, but they did not care about it. They knew the situation of the holy burial ground very well. Even heavenly realm cultivators had to be careful when entering that place. It had existed for tens of thousands of years, so how could it be taken away just like that? But now, under the shroud of their spiritual senses, after sensing that the holy burial ground was indeed shrinking, their expressions all changed. If the holy burial ground is shrinking now, then wouldn't the dragon vein imprisoned underground be the moment the old man whispered? A dragon roar from underground rang out, and the sound spread across the entire western continent. Then a series of explosions rang out, and the spiritual energy began to riot. A storm formed entirely of spiritual energy was about to happen. In the western desert, the spiritual energy was so dense that some turned into crystals, and some turned into drizzles that fell on the desert. As the rich spiritual energy irrigated the western desert, greenery naturally appeared in the western desert, turning the desert into an oasis in an instant. This caused the entire continent to tremble, and all the factions on the continent were shocked. Then they began to search for the source. Outside the holy burial ground, the previous cultivators had already retreated far away, and they watched the scene in shock. Zichen! An angry roar resounded through heaven and earth, and a dazzling golden light shot toward him. A powerful aura surged within the golden light, and wherever it passed, the space was constantly distorted. The monk rushed over, looking aggressive. Zichen turned around and saw the monk. Seeing the murderous intent in the monk's eyes, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Damn, Baldy, it seems like you're asking for a beating again." A rumbling sound came from the sky. It was like thunder, and it even covered the trembling of the earth. The evil good monk threw a punch. The void shattered, and the punch, filled with dazzling golden light, wasn't terrifying. Instead, it was filled with a holy and compassionate aura. This was the magic of Buddha's power. Everyone widened their eyes and looked up at the sky. The upcoming battle between Zichen and the evil good monk was obviously more interesting than the changes in the holy burial ground. Zichen's body shone with golden light. Both of them were golden energy, but the monk's was holy and compassionate, while Zichen's was violent and destructive. They were two extremes. Zichen's response was also a punch. The golden light of the fist tore through the sky and went straight for the monk. Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying energy instantly exploded. A golden energy ripple began to spread in all directions, and everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Zichen stood where he was, and the smile on his face didn't fade. The monk's body swayed, and he forcefully controlled his body to not retreat. He looked at Zichen in surprise and said, "You seem to have become stronger." "Of course," Zichen smiled proudly in front of the monk. He was about to say that he was the strongest in the heaven realm, but the monk quickly said, "But you're still a little weaker than me." Zichen only smiled at the monk's shameless boasting. Seeing that the monk didn't move forward after just one attack, he knew that the monk was afraid. "What are you doing?" The monk waved his hand without leaving a trace. He looked at the shrunken, holy burial ground in front of him and his pupils shrank. "Bring this thing back and put it in the Wuji sect, and then manage it," Zichen said. "Bring it back? You can really take this sacred ground away?" The monk was in disbelief. "Of course. Look at this, St. Rosefinch's token. Let me tell you, not only can I take the sacred ground back, but I can also cancel all the tests and take out all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly path spells." Zichen didn't need to control his emotions in front of the monk. After taking out the Rosefinch's token, he showed it off proudly. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, and the monk rushed towards Zichen. "What are you doing? This is the holy token. How dare you snatch it?" Zichen stared at the monk. With a flip of his hand, the Rosefinch holy token disappeared. "Are you serious?" The monk stared at Zichen. "Of course, this is agreed by the saint. Moreover, these sacred grounds have suppressed the dragon vein. It's time for the dragon vein to appear," Zichen said. "Then you definitely won't just get this one sacred ground, right?" asked the monk. "Of course. In the future, the 4 sacred grounds will all be in the Wuji sect. If you want to find opportunities, you can go to the Wuji sect," said Zichen. "You dare to monopolize it? No, you have to give me one. If you don't, I won't let you off." As he spoke, Tyrant rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, he leaped up and tried to hug Zichen. "Scram!" Zichen roared angrily. The energy around his body vibrated and directly repelled the incoming monk. "Damn, Baldy, get out of my way!" As Zichen's voice resounded, the energy around him continued to vibrate. "No, unless you agree to give me a sacred ground." The monk's energy also surged. He had to reach Zichen no matter what. "Damn, Baldy, this is a sacred ground. There are only 4 of them in the entire Martial Heaven continent. What do you take it for?" Chapter 2064. Looking at the 2 in the sky, everyone was petrified. Whether it was Zichen or the good and evil monk, they were both famous existences in the entire Tianmu continent. They were also among the top existences. Such existences were revered and idolized. But at this moment, the monk in their hearts was like a huge bird that wanted to pounce on Zichen. On the other hand, Zichen's face was filled with disdain as he kept cursing. This kind of behavior was really too childish. It was completely like a child's trick. Compared to the heroic figures in the hearts of the people, it was as different as poles apart. However, such 2 people made the crowd feel very comfortable. It was as if such existences were real flesh and blood. Many people's faces unconsciously revealed a very natural smile. No matter how the monk pestered him, it was clear that Zichen would not give the saint burial ground away. This matter concerned the future of the Tianmu continent. There was no need to talk about it. If the monk continued to pester him, he could only beat him up in front of so many people. After the dragon vein was released, the spiritual energy in this area became denser. The trembling ground gradually stopped. The protector of the Holy Land, who was filled with killing intent, appeared. He was holding the entire saint burial ground in his hand. Seeing the palm-sized saint burial ground, many cultivators' faces were filled with shock. The monk's attention was also attracted. He no longer pestered Zichen. These cultivators were stunned. Many of them had been here before, but they never knew that there was a protector in this holy land. The monk's eyes were fixed on the holy land in the protector's hand. He looked like he wanted to snatch it away. "Yes, Holy Lord, the white tiger, Holy Land is here." The protector came in front of Zichen and said in a deep voice. Zichen nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Let's return to the Wuji sect." "Zichen, are you sure you can get the thing inside?" The monk pulled Zichen and asked. 100%. Zichen was full of confidence. The monk's expression changed slightly. Then he said, "In that case, can you get a lot of heavenly Tao techniques and heavenly weapons?" "It's not a lot, it's a lot." Zichen corrected him with a smile. Then you have to give me some, or you won't be able to walk out of here. Zichen was amused by the monk's shameless threats. He laughed and said, You bald thief! What's the use of the heavenly path spell art? Your Buddhist sect doesn't lack it. Besides, these may not be suitable for you. Who would complain about having too many heavenly Tao spells? Tyrant looked at Zichen as if he was looking at an idiot. After pondering for a while, Zichen said, How about this? In 2 months, I will gather all the forces in the Wuji sect for a meeting. The topic of the meeting is the ownership of these heavenly Tao spells. Someone will come to inform your Buddhist sect very soon. At that time, you can just send a representative. Tyrant's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately said, Why do you need to send a representative? I will be the representative and will go personally. However, since I'm going in such a big way, you have to give me at least 10 heavenly Tao spells. When I open the holy burial ground, there will be plenty of heavenly Tao spells. As for heavenly weapons, to be honest, I'm too lazy to look at them now because there are too many of them. However, you should know what to say when the time comes, right? Zichen patted Tyrant's shoulder meaningfully and turned to leave. Why don't I go with you now? Tyrant's eyes lit up as if he had seen many heavenly Tao spells. There's no point in coming now. As he spoke, Zichen and the Protector went straight to the Wuji sect. 2 months was enough time for Zichen to place all 4 sacred grounds in the Boundless sect and make all the necessary arrangements. Those seniors that had been in seclusion all came out of seclusion after Zichen returned. They were given new missions by Zichen. These people had all joined the Wuji sect when it had just been established. Perhaps their goal had been to reach the Earth Prime realm, but now they had all broken through to the Heaven realm. When they saw that Zichen had moved the 4 holy burial grounds to the Wuji sect, their shock was indescribable. At the same time, Chen Feng arranged for many other powers to be invited to the Wuji sect in 2 months. Right now, almost all the cultivators on the continent were discussing the everlasting sect. The first thing they had done was to relocate the holy burial ground. Other than a few large powers that were unhappy about it, the smaller powers were secretly delighted. Due to the disappearance of the holy burial grounds, the dragon veins had been released, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become denser. The small minds they controlled could now produce high-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, many new mines had been discovered. That was a joyous matter. Other than that, there was also the meeting Zichen had invited them to. As long as they had an Earth Prime expert, they were qualified to participate. This was clearly a major matter. As a result, many of the original wandering cultivators moved to the powers that didn't have an Earth Prime expert to represent them. Almost as soon as they received the news, many low-level Earth Prime cultivators began to rush over. They took transportation formations and arrived at the Holy Land. The representatives of all the forces in the world came to the sacred ground, which made the area even more prosperous. The majority of the Wuji sect's cultivators were dispatched to the various cities to receive the guests. No matter how strong they were all courteous to them. Even if one of them was undying, they still had to receive a small Earth Prime expert. In their words, they were representing the Wuji sect, representing Lord Zichen. Naturally, they had to be courteous. There was no doubt that those existences with low strength were all overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. All the powers in the world had come. A mere Wuji sect couldn't accommodate all of them. Fortunately, this world had spatial arts. Before this, Zichen had already thought of a place for the meeting. Because the meeting was about to begin, the Wuji sect was now the busiest since its establishment. All the elders who were in seclusion were forced to come out. Some went to receive the leaders of the powers, while others, under L.V. Peng's lead, began to set up formations around the 4 holy lands. There were even more people who joined in to pick cultivation techniques, weapons, and inheritances. These were undoubtedly from the 4 Holy Lands. The 4 Holy Lands had collected many good things over the years. Not only did they have to collect these things, but they also had to sort them out. At the same time, they also had to choose some items for training for the future generations. Many of these cultivators spent their days giggling to themselves. This was because they had to deal with those cultivation techniques every day until their hands were cramping. As time passed, the Holy Land became more and more lively. Many powers representatives had arrived. LV Peng and the others worked day and night, trying to arrange everything properly before the start of the meeting. Elder, is the sect leader's idea feasible? Will those forces disagree? While they were unifying the techniques, a Heaven Realm elite asked Su Mengyao. Although in private, everyone addressed Su Mengyao as the Madam of the Headmaster. In public, Zi Chen's confidants all addressed her as Elder. Zi Chen is doing this for the sake of the world. I'm sure they'll agree. Su Mengyao smiled, but her hands didn't stop moving. Zi Chen's simple explanation of his idea had obtained the approval of the entire Wuji sect. However, whether it could obtain the approval of the other powers of the Martial Heaven continent would require time to prove. The meeting hall was located in the Time Castle. Zi Chen had specially placed it in Rosefinch Castle. Because of the spatial technology, it was extremely large. There were some simple decorations here. There was a 49-meter-tall platform that belonged to Zi Chen. There were some crystals set up around the platform so that Zi Chen's image could be seen. Other than that, there were tens of thousands of seats for people to use. Among the large powers, Evil, Good, and Evil was the first to arrive. As if considering the importance of this matter, he hadn't come alone. He had brought an old monk with him. Clearly, this old monk's status in the Buddhist sect wasn't low. Perhaps he was the one in charge. Following Evil, Good, and Evil, the 5 Elements aristocratic families, the Sword sect, and other major powers had all arrived. Even the Devil race had come ahead of time. Among them were the princes and princesses of the Power Devil race, the Shadow Devil race, and other princes. LV Peng, who had been working day and night, finally managed to finish the Rosefinch Sacred Land before the meeting began. They all sighed in relief. The other 3 sacred lands were still under construction. It wouldn't be long before they were finished. Very quickly, 2 months passed. The meeting began as usual. On the same day, many cultivators flew from the cities closest to the Wuji sect and arrived at the Wuji sect. Everyone, please follow me to Rosefinch Castle. As the envoy's voice rang out, the representatives of the various powers followed him and flew towards Rosefinch Castle. Everywhere they passed, they were amazed by the grandeur of the Wuji sect. This sect could be called a miracle. It had only been established for a few thousand years, but there were so many experts that it even overshadowed many old powers. In the deepest part of the Wuji sect, they arrived outside Rosefinch Castle. When they saw the Rosefinch Sacred Land not far away, they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Zi Chen had really taken the sacred land away and placed it in the Wuji sect. This was a huge investment. Everyone entered Rosefinch Castle one after another. When they sensed the flow of time inside, they were shocked. Clearly, this was a supreme treasure that could accelerate the flow of time. The Wuji sect had developed for thousands of years and had so many experts thanks to this castle. Chapter 2065. There were only 4 continents in the Tianwu continent, and it was smaller than the Zhanwu continent. However, Zi Chen had invited all the forces and clans in the continent, and the lowest requirement was Earth Prime. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sealed and the Great Era had not arrived, a clan with an Earth Prime was considered a big clan. For example, when Zi Chen first established the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, core primes were called Old Monsters and human primes were the foundation. It was very difficult to find an Earth Prime in such a large area. However, as the Holy Burial Ground released the dragon veins again and again, and as the great era came, the heavenly Tao became clearer, and all kinds of geniuses sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Earth primes, who had not been seen in the past, were now everywhere. As for the so-called Core Yuan old monster, he no longer had such a laughable title. Not to mention core primes. Even Earth primes did not dare to call themselves old monsters. When the Great Era came, almost every city had a Heavenly Realm expert. They were real Heavenly Realm experts, not fake ones. Now, Zichen had gathered all the Earth Prime forces in the Tianwu continent. After the representatives of these forces all gathered in Rosefinch Castle, the number of people had exceeded 100,000. 100,000 representatives, all squeezed into Rosefinch Castle. Most of them were Earth Primes. They looked around, feeling the different flow of time, and their expressions were full of shock. Many of them were very excited because they finally saw the legendary Zichen, the monk, the head of the 5 Elements family, and other powerful existences, even though they could only watch from afar. 100,000 people gathered together. It was reasonable to say that the scene would be very chaotic, but it was not. It was so quiet that not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Tens of thousands of seats were prepared for the experts to sit first. The weaker ones stood behind the seats. Their eyes were staring intently at the legendary figure on the high platform. Sect Master, everyone is here. At the entrance of the castle, after waiting for a long time for the representatives of the other forces to arrive, a Heaven Realm expert turned around and bowed to Zichen, then transmitted his voice. Zichen nodded at the door. The latter waved his hand, and the castle door closed. In the entire castle, as the door closed, a bright light appeared, illuminating the entire castle. This castle used spatial technology and had a very large area. It could easily accommodate 100,000 people. The scene was extremely quiet, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Zichen. Zichen stood on the high platform, and the surrounding crystals projected his image. He scanned the audience and said, "Everyone, thank you for inviting me to this meeting." After the opening remarks, Zichen said in a deep voice, "Today's meeting only has one thing to discuss, and that is how to prepare for the invasion of the foreign races." The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything because there were too many people. If each person said one sentence, it would be 100,000 sentences. I'm sure everyone knows that I've already moved the 4 great holy lands to the everlasting sect. In the past, the holy lands needed a certain amount of time to open, but now the 4 great holy lands don't need a time limit. They can open at any time. In other words, they'll always be open. As Zichen's words fell, there was undoubtedly a small commotion. Some whispers sounded, and many of the representatives of the lower realms whispered to each other, causing the place to be chaotic. On the other hand, the representatives of the major forces remained silent after exchanging glances with each other. However, the shock in their eyes could still be seen. Listening to the commotion around him, Zichen slowly raised his right hand. The surrounding voices gradually disappeared, and the place became quiet again. The invasion of the foreign races will affect the entire continent. No person or force can stay out of it. Therefore, today's meeting involves everyone, including the rogue cultivators who didn't come, and the mortals who didn't know about this meeting. The war is coming. What you need to do is not only to resist the foreign races, but also to protect the weak. The weak are the mortals and the rogue cultivators. In the future, the holy burial grounds will only be a training ground, a tempering ground. It definitely won't be a land of opportunities. They can open at any time, and all the cultivators of the martial heaven continent can enter at any time. However, once you enter, you won't be able to obtain any opportunities. That's because the opportunities that should have been obtained after the trial have already been taken away by me. Not a single one is left behind. As soon as he said this, there was only a slight commotion in the crowd because many people wanted to hear what he had to say next. Qin did not gather all the forces here just to show off. The representatives of the smaller powers were shocked, envious, and incredulous. As for the representatives of the larger powers, their expressions were changing. Once the atmosphere calmed down once more, Qin said, "To be more precise, those opportunities have been placed in the time castles. Yes, Rosefinch Castle has them, as well as the other 3 time castles. They correspond to the 3 holy lands. There's only one purpose in doing this. It's to let all the cultivators first obtain their opportunities, then increase their strength. Then they can temper themselves." As soon as he said this, an uproar broke out. Many experts were shocked, and some could not help but stand up and look at Qin in disbelief. Qin waved his hand once more. The shocked crowd had no choice but to stop their discussions. The surroundings fell silent once more, but everyone's eyes were wide as they stared at Qin. They had faintly guessed a certain possibility, and their bodies trembled with excitement. Their breathing quickened. "If you have any questions, you can ask them one by one." Qin lowered his hand and said in a deep voice. The shocked crowd's expressions changed, but no one raised any questions. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't have the right to speak. Many of the larger powers hadn't spoken yet. "Lord Qin, I want to know if what you said just now was targeted at the cultivators of the Wuji sect or something else." A burly man stood up from the front and saluted Qin with his fists clasped. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. This person was from the tyrannical Dao clan. Speaking of which, Qin had once practiced the tyrannical Dao fist. Following his question, all the powers that were looking at Qin became excited. They were excited, but they were also worried. If Qin was only targeting the cultivators of the Wuji sect, then they would have to join the Wuji sect first. However, how could the Wuji sect accommodate so many people? They would have to select carefully, and many people would lose the opportunity. Qin's gaze swept across the crowd. Sensing their excitement, he didn't keep them in suspense. He said directly, "It's the cultivators of all the powers, including the Wuji sect. But it doesn't include rogue cultivators." Shock, uproar, excitement, joy, roars, roars. This was the instant Qin's words left his mouth. A sudden change occurred in the quiet area. Voices that were not suppressed in the slightest joined together and exploded below like a clap of thunder. They were all representatives of powers. None of them were rogue cultivators. Naturally, they didn't care about Qin's words. They were so excited that they roared loudly. Many cultivators couldn't help but shed tears. After the arrival of the Great Era, it became easier to break through to the next realm. Even many unknown small families might have 1 or 2 Earth Prime cultivators. However, if they had Earth Prime cultivators but no cultivation techniques, their combat power would be greatly reduced. This was also the problem that all the small families faced. Therefore, they had no choice but to rely on the major powers. They spent most of their family savings in exchange for some cultivation techniques that weren't very powerful. Otherwise, they would risk their lives for the major powers. Now, Qin said that the cultivation techniques in the Holy Burial Ground were open to everyone. This was a timely help to them. How could they not be excited? In contrast to the excited representatives of the smaller factions, although the expressions of the representatives of the larger factions fluctuated greatly, they were also weighing their gains and losses as their expressions changed. Qin's approach would undoubtedly cause them to lose many of their subordinate powers. However, from the looks of it, losing these powers in exchange for the cultivation techniques in the Holy Burial Ground seemed to be a good deal. "Everyone, the first thing I want to say..." As Qin's voice rang out, the scene fell silent again. Many of the representatives looked at Qin with gratitude and tears in their eyes. In the future, the 4 castles will be open to all forces. Before this, we have already divided all the cultivation techniques. Then we will make a list. You can first look at the attributes of the cultivation techniques and see if they are suitable for you. Then, you can consider how to cultivate and train. This includes cultivation techniques of all levels above Earth Prime, even heavenly Tao techniques. This sentence really caused a stir. Those who originally thought that Zi-Chen was just using these small tricks to rope in the other forces immediately changed their expressions. Zi-Chen's actions were simply harmful. He was even giving away his own resources for free. This was very bad for the development of the forces. However, there was no point in doing this. This clearly proved that Zi-Chen was truly thinking about the common people of the world. All of you can come to the 4 castles to cultivate. With the help of the time acceleration, I believe that your strength will improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, due to the limited space, it is impossible for everyone to come. Therefore, there will be some restrictions on the number of people who can come. There will be people who will discuss this with you in private. Of course, in order to maintain these places, the everlasting sect consumes a great deal of resources every day. It's impossible for us to provide free cultivation for all the cultivators of the Martial Heaven continent. All cultivators who wish to come will have to pay some crystal stones according to their rank. Don't worry, the price will definitely be fair. As for the cultivation methods left behind in this place, everyone can only cultivate in this place. However, stealing is absolutely not allowed. Once such a thing happens, the clan that person belongs to will lose all qualifications to enter this place. These conditions are targeted at the smaller powers. If you want to cultivate in the time castles, you just have to pay some crystal stones. There are no other requirements. Of course, the transportation formation to come here will have to be built by you. If you don't have the ability, the everlasting sect can help. Of course, there will be a price. Chapter 2066. Zi-Chen's words weren't just targeted at the smaller powers. They were even more attractive to the larger powers. But in comparison, the representatives of the large powers were only surprised by Zi-Chen's actions. They weren't like those small powers who hadn't seen the world and were so excited just because they were given a few broken cultivation techniques that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them even burst into tears. Relatively speaking, what would attract them would be the higher-level cultivation techniques, such as the Monarch battle skills, Emperor battle skills, Paragon battle skills, and Heaven's Path techniques. As for ordinary cultivation techniques, they didn't care about them at all. For example, the 5 elements aristocratic families had been established for many years, and they had long since developed a cultivation system for their disciples. They had all sorts of cultivation techniques. They might not be interested in Zi-Chen's cultivation techniques. If Zi-Chen couldn't take out a cultivation technique that could attract them, then this meeting would be a huge loss to them. Once the smaller powers had a source of cultivation techniques, they would focus on cultivating. They would no longer listen to their orders. As a result, the larger powers that couldn't get any tributes would have their resources greatly reduced. Now, the representatives of the larger powers were waiting for Zi-Chen to give them his conditions. Everyone, our everlasting sect, has 809 sovereign cultivation techniques and 323 heavenly Tao magical arts. These cultivation techniques will be made available after the meeting ends. Other than that, there are also quite a few heavenly soldiers. Zi-Chen only said this one sentence to the large powers. However, in the next moment, the large powers' cultivators all stood up in shock. Previously, they had thought that Zi-Chen would be lucky if he could take out a few dozen heavenly Tao magical arts. Who would have thought that he would take out 323? That wasn't just 323, but 323. They were also shocked by the foundation of the 4 great saints. They had actually collected so many heavenly Tao magical arts. In contrast to their shock, Zi-Chen had a complicated feeling when he heard the numbers. For the four great saints to have so many cultivation techniques of all levels, they had clearly gathered them for the sake of dealing with the calamity that the martial heaven continent might face. Compared to the four great saints, Zichen felt that his actions could only be considered as borrowing flowers from the Buddha. All of this is open to us. May I know what sect master Zichen needs us to do? The five elements family couldn't sit still any longer. The Jin family head stood up and cupped his fists towards Zichen. With so many heaven's path techniques, who wouldn't be envious? Even the silent, evil, good monk couldn't help but feel envious. These major powers had all seen a lot of things in their lives. Although they were shaken, they still asked what they needed to do. They knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At the very least, it wasn't so free to them. There are 323 types of heavenly Tao techniques in the everlasting sect, but I will only take out 300 of them. 23 of them are unique to the everlasting sect, including the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques that I have mastered. Zichen said solemnly as he looked at the major factions. When these large factions heard this, their expressions abruptly changed. While they were shocked, their faces turned somewhat ugly. This was because they understood the true meaning behind Zichen's words. For those small forces, this meeting was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a great opportunity. However, for them it was not necessarily so. As expected, Zichen continued. No power can remain uninvolved in the invasion of the outsiders. All powers need to work together to resist the outsiders. Right now, the everlasting sect has practically monopolized all the cultivation resources of the martial heaven continent. If you want to participate, other than leaving behind the necessary cultivation techniques, the other powerful magical arts must be handed over to the everlasting sect so that the rest of the world's cultivators can cultivate and choose from them. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent again. The representatives of the great powers all fell silent. Their expressions changed, and they seemed to be hesitant. Looking at those silent major powers, the minor powers' representatives all had disdainful expressions. The everlasting sect had taken out hundreds of heavenly Tao magical arts for them to cultivate. Now they were asking them to take out other magical arts, but they were still hesitating. These minor powers were very clear that they had no use for those heavenly Tao magical arts at the moment. Those were the major powers that needed them. The everlasting sect had hundreds of cultivation techniques, while they only had a dozen. The martial heaven continent's calamity is about to arrive. I hope that everyone can work together. The everlasting sect won't keep anything for itself. In fact, if you want to obtain the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques, that's fine. As long as you have the physique, join the everlasting sect. When you break through to the heaven realm, those cultivation techniques will naturally be given to you. That's why I've called everyone here. Of course, I won't force you. Everything will be done according to your wishes, Zichen said again. At the same time, he looked at the aristocratic families. Their expressions were still changing. It was still the same sentence. If they wanted to obtain the heavenly Tao magical arts, that was fine. But if they wanted to give them away, they were hesitant. What's there to consider? In front of this calamity, a single person's power is so insignificant. That's also why Zichen doesn't allow rogue cultivators to cultivate here. Starting today, there will no longer be rogue cultivators on the martial heaven continent. All powers must unite to face the outside world. But you aristocratic families are still hesitating. Don't you know that not everyone can cultivate the heavenly Tao magical arts? You have to find a suitable heavenly Tao magical art. If you can't find a suitable heavenly Tao magical art, no one will be able to cultivate it. Why are you wasting them? The monk, who hadn't said anything until now, stood up. His words were very crude, and he didn't seem like a senior monk at all. However, His words were very comforting, other than some of the representatives who didn't know his character. Those who knew didn't have the slightest expression. The monk looked at the various powers and said, "I represent the Buddhist sect. I'll be the first to express my stance. I'm willing to hand over everything that the Buddhist sect has aside from the Buddhist cultivation techniques. Of course, if you want to learn profound Buddhist cultivation techniques, such as the Buddhist sect's golden body, that's fine. But the prerequisite is that you join the Buddhist sect." As the monk spoke, Zichen's eyes lit up. After the monk expressed his stance, the surroundings were still silent. These powers still hadn't made their decision. It hadn't been easy for them to obtain their heavenly Tao magical arts. They weren't like Zichen, who had obtained hundreds of them so easily. Everyone, the invasion of the foreign races, is no small matter. If we're not careful, the martial heaven continent might be destroyed. At this time, we need to make a prompt decision. I won't force you. If you're not willing, you can just leave. However, I, Zichen, will make things clear in advance. Anyone who leaves will no longer have any dealings with the everlasting sect. The time castle will not be open to them. Anyone who tries to sneak their disciples in and steal their cultivation techniques will be forcibly wiped out. This includes their families. Don't blame me for being merciless. With the war coming, selfishness will cause the deaths of others. Zichen's words clearly showed his determination. This was the Zichen. At the critical moment, he would always be decisive and decisive. For example, the massacre of the Wang family. At the same time, Zichen could more or less guess why these powers were hesitating. They were definitely thinking of ways to steal their cultivation techniques. But that was impossible. Righteousness wasn't something that everyone had. Everyone needed it. Furthermore, each person had a different perspective, so their thoughts were naturally different. Zichen felt that taking out a cultivation technique for all the cultivators of the world to cultivate was a good thing. It would allow the martial heaven continent to face a calamity and be able to resist with all its might. However, what these large powers needed to consider was whether or not giving out their cultivation techniques would affect their future development. It was precisely because everyone's thoughts were different that Zichen hadn't implemented this measure in the martial heaven continent. It was useless, let alone a heaven realm expert like Zichen. Even a saint wouldn't be able to unify them. As for the martial heaven continent, because Zichen had his own everlasting sect, he had many subordinates at his disposal. Adding on the support of the four saints, it was possible to unify all the powers. Sect Master Zichen is truly righteous. I'm truly ashamed. In the face of this calamity, I'm truly too selfish. Although my sword sect doesn't have many heavenly Tao magical arts, I'll take out all of them on behalf of the sword sect, said one of the sword sect's elders. My tyrant Tao tribe only has one heavenly Tao magical art. We can't take it out, but we'll take out all of our other cultivation techniques, said the tyrant Tao tribe's elder. My power demon lineage also has some cultivation techniques suitable for humans. I'll have someone send them over later, said the power demon lineage's princess. The same goes for my shadow devil lineage. Sect Master Zichen, there's also my bone devil lineage. Following that, the devil race expressed their opinions. Compared to the humans of this world, the devil race cared more about this world. Once this world fell, they would have to return to the devil world. The environment there was too vile, and they didn't want to go back. Zichen nodded in satisfaction when he heard these people's opinions. Since everyone has expressed their opinions, how can we miss out on the 5 elements families? In front of such righteousness, we naturally won't shirk our duty, said the leaders of the 5 elements families. However, their words didn't resonate. Instead, they drew quite a bit of ridicule. Amongst the various large powers, the 5 elements families were the slowest to express their opinions. Following that, the other powers also stopped hesitating. In truth, The reason they had hesitated before was because the large powers hadn't expressed their opinions, and they didn't have many cultivation techniques. How can the Martial Heaven Alliance be left out on such a matter? Sect Master Zichen, on behalf of the Martial Heaven Alliance, I'm willing to offer up our cultivation techniques. An old voice sounded, and an old figure suddenly appeared at the closed gate of the castle. It was the Heaven Realm Elder who had said 2 months ago that he wouldn't return to the everlasting sect. Chapter 2067. Of the large powers, there were 2 alliances that Qinfeng hadn't notified. One of them was the Martial Heaven Alliance. Although this alliance was very familiar, very few people knew where it was based. That elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance was even more mysterious. The everlasting sect had been around for thousands of years, and its foundation was comparable to those large powers. In fact, it had more experts than them. However, it was still lacking in some of the secrets of the Martial Heaven continent compared to those powers that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Other than the Martial Heaven Alliance, the second alliance was the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. That was a power that focused on assassination and profit. Zichen was also aware of this. He was very surprised that the Martial Heaven Alliance had come today. Sect Master Zichen. This old man came uninvited. I hope you don't take offense. The elder cupped his fists toward Zichen. Senior, for you to represent the Martial Heaven Alliance is Zichen's honor. It is also the entire Martial Heaven continent's honor. Zichen couldn't be happier. How could I blame you? Zichen returned the greeting with a smile. The representatives of the major factions also stood up and greeted the old man. In terms of age, which power was more ancient than the Martial Heaven Alliance? This ancient alliance had countless foundations. Now that they had joined, what more could they say? After the elder expressed his stance, the other powers also expressed their stances even faster. At this point, the entire Martial Heaven continent was truly unified for the first time. This was a true unification. Other than a few special cultivation techniques that were still in the hands of the large families, the rest of the cultivation techniques were all shared. In the future, there would no longer be any independent cultivators on the Martial Heaven continent. That was because independent cultivators wouldn't be of any use in the upcoming war. Zichen was well aware of this. He didn't have any power on the Martial Heaven continent. He was just an independent cultivator. Even if he had the power to instill fear in the heavenly realm, he wouldn't be of much use in the upcoming war. At most, he would only be able to intimidate a certain region. After this incident, all the rogue cultivators in the Sky Martial continent, whether it was for cultivation or for cultivation techniques, would join a power and become a part of it. Then they would fight in the future. As for the mortals who would be the first to be destroyed in the war, Zichen had a new consideration. These mortals would be gathered by those forces and would mine for them or do some other chores for them, allowing them to receive protection. Before this, Zichen's suggestion of sharing cultivation techniques wasn't just for show. Following this, the forces would distribute cultivation techniques to all the mortals under their name for them to cultivate. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Martial Heaven continent was already extremely dense. As a result, the physiques of these mortals would slowly change. Although it couldn't be said that all of them would become powerful cultivators, they would still be able to enter the chi refining stage and strengthen their bodies. The meeting did not last long and ended very quickly. Only half an hour had passed in the outside world. However, the follow-up work was undoubtedly a very time-consuming and laborious project. Fortunately, after thousands of years of development, the Boundless sect had recruited a large number of disciples. The entire sect, including the workers, had almost reached 200,000 people. This didn't even include the disciples who were mining and growing spirit herbs in the small worlds. These people were all gathered. On one hand, they were beginning to expand the Boundless sect. On the other hand, They were registering the conditions of the various powers. Of course, there were also some who went out to help the remote powers build transportation formations. Just as Zichen had said, the cost was very low. For this reason, the Boundless sect had even opened up a few special spaces. They were all built with transportation formations for these cultivators to cultivate. The first batch of cultivators to enter the time castle would arrive in 10 days. There were 4 million people, and they were scattered across the 4 time castles. In a situation where the flow of time was 100 times faster, they would stay in the time castle for 10 days. 10 days was equivalent to nearly 3 years. After 10 days, the next batch would arrive. As for the cultivation techniques, they were all inheritances. They could only be comprehended within and could not be brought out. Some people were comprehending the cultivation techniques, while others were tempering themselves in the sacred lands. In addition, Zichen had opened up many worlds specifically for cultivators to temper themselves. This so-called tempering was very simple. It was to let the creatures in the worlds kill as many cultivators as possible. Once those cultivators accumulated a certain amount of merit, they could also come to the Boundless sect to cultivate and exchange for cultivation techniques. After Zichen had provided the entire world with cultivation methods, they no longer needed to worry about cultivation methods. They would only focus on pursuing greater power and surviving the trials and tribulations. Perhaps this would increase the death rate, but only in this way could they guarantee that they would have a higher chance of surviving in the cruel battles that were to come. This was not just a tempering for the cultivators of the martial heaven continent, but also for the creatures and beasts. The protectors of the 4 sacred lands had been silently watching all of this. They were very much in agreement with Zichen's methods. By the time the first batch of cultivators came to temper themselves, the aristocratic families had already handed over their cultivation techniques to the Boundless sect. On the second 10 days, these cultivation techniques would appear in the time castle for the cultivators to choose from. The first batch of cultivators sent by the major powers were all chosen and above. They urgently needed some battle techniques that suited them. Perhaps the Boundless sect's handling of this matter was still a bit chaotic, but they believed that it wouldn't be long before everything was on the right track. Zichen, extraordinary. Among the 4 protectors, Muzhan looked at the people who were in full swing and said this. It is indeed extraordinary. Zishu nodded his head, deeply moved by it. The other 2 protectors were the same. They had been with the saints for a long time. They had even experienced 2 great battles with other races. They were very clear in their hearts how difficult it was to unite all the factions and form a monolithic whole. Furthermore, there were demons among them. It had to be known that back then, the demons had invaded the holy burial ground. During that time, many battles had erupted. Back then, they hadn't dared to imagine that one day, the demons and humans would live in the same place. Then, they would unite against the outside world. He's done better than anyone else. I feel like the trial is over, said a burly man in yellow robes. He was the protector of the Black Tortoise sacred land. It is indeed over. It's just as the good and evil monk said. No matter how strong a cultivation technique is, it's just trash if no one cultivates it, said the White Tiger sacred land's protector. Let's go. Hand the 4 sacred seals to Zichen. The mission the saints gave us can be considered completed. Next, we have to properly train these little fellows and make them stronger. With Muzhan at the lead, the 4 of them flew toward Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was using his world energy to open a stable space as a training ground. When he saw the 4 of them rushing toward him, he felt a bit strange. Zichen, we have something for you, said Muzhan as he came before Zichen. What is it? Asked Zichen, puzzled. Something good, said Muzhan with a mysterious smile. He came before Zichen and pointed a finger in front of him. A ray of green light condensed at the tip of his finger. It carried a surge of saint aura and headed straight for Zichen. Within the green light, Zichen seemed to see a small azure dragon. This is the azure dragon seal. The azure dragon, Saint asked me to give it to you. Study it well. As Mu Zhan finished speaking, the green light entered Zichen's forehead and merged with Zichen's consciousness. Mine is the white tiger seal. Mu Zhan moved aside. The white tiger sacred land's protector stood before Zichen and passed the white tiger seal to Zichen. And mine rosefinch seal. Zichen, you have to study it well. Zishu chuckled and pointed a finger at Zichen's forehead. A small rosefinch entered Zichen's consciousness through Zichen's forehead. Black tortoise seal. Heavy defense. Can save your life. The black tortoise sacred land's protector came forward, feeling the 4 seals in his consciousness. Zichen's face lit up with joy. From the name, one could tell that these were the seals of the 4 sacred beasts. They were definitely not weak. This time, Zichen wanted to find a few heaven path techniques for the opening of the holy burial ground. Among them, there were a few that were not bad. Unfortunately, they were not compatible with Zichen's attributes. For example, sword techniques needed to be comprehended in order to be more powerful. As for the seals of the 4 sacred beasts, although they had some requirements for one's attributes, the quality of their techniques was even higher. Combined with Zichen's heaven-defying power, they could be considered powerful heaven path techniques. Obtaining the seals of the 4 sacred beasts was a pleasant surprise. However, the current Zichen didn't have the time to comprehend them. Before that, he had other things he needed to do. What was worth mentioning was that the first monk to express his stance had actually come to ask for those 10 heavenly Tao techniques from Zichen. Zichen had clearly told him that if he could find 10 heaven realms, he could take those 10 heavenly Tao techniques that had infuriated the monk. His Buddhist sect was made up of monks, and the majority of them were unable to use the techniques that Zichen had. Although there were a few that were not bad, they still didn't have 10. As a result, Zichen's hopes of asking the monk for the complete 6-word mantra were dashed. That day, once he was free, Zichen went to find the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance to ask a few questions. The Heavenly Kill Alliance? Why are you looking for them? The elder was very surprised. When the war starts, I don't want to be stabbed in the back. I'll try to negotiate with them. If that doesn't work, I don't mind going all out to annihilate them, said Zichen. The elder shook his head. That's difficult. Let alone you. Even if the 4 saints returned, they wouldn't be able to annihilate the Heavenly Kill Alliance. If they were so easy to annihilate, they wouldn't be an ancient power. Their strongholds are tangled and difficult to find. Back then, many powers worked together to annihilate them, but they only managed to annihilate a branch. Chapter 2068. There was a ruined city on the outskirts of the Holy Land. This was the remnant of a huge battle. There were no signs of life here, and it had long since been reduced to ruins. This was a dead city. It could also be called a ghost city. Every night, winds would blow through the city, and the cries of ghosts would ring out. The villagers living nearby didn't dare to enter this place. Another night came, and the winds blew once more. The cries of ghosts rang out, and ghostly figures appeared one after another. These were all dead spirits. They could be called vengeful spirits. They wandered aimlessly through the city. Suddenly, a figure flew in from outside the city. It was a young figure that everyone on the Martial Heaven continent was familiar with. Arriving at this city full of vengeful spirits, Zichen walked into the depths of the city. He did not release his aura, but those vengeful spirits were scared away as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Wherever Zichen passed, they screamed and fled in all directions. As a heaven realm expert, Zichen's blood and chi were too vigorous. Those vengeful spirits didn't like him, and they instinctively retreated. In the center of the dilapidated city, there was an intact building. In front of the building, There was a stone sculpture with a lion carved on it, and on the lion's head there was a stone sword stabbed into it. Zi-Chin stopped in front of the building. After examining the stone sculpture, he looked into the building and said, "The everlasting sect Zi-Chin has something to discuss with you." Zi-Chen's voice traveled into the depths of the building. Wherever his voice traveled, more vengeful spirits screamed and scattered. Some of the slower ones were directly scattered by his voice. This was one of the strongholds that the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance had mentioned. According to him, the Heavenly Kill Alliance didn't have any strongholds in the Holy Land. This was the closest one. His voice rang out into the building, but the surroundings were deathly silent. Even the Yin winds didn't seem to be able to be heard. The everlasting sect Zi-Chin has something to discuss with the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Zi-Chen's voice rang out again, a sound wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, it sounded like thunder, causing the surrounding ground to begin to tremble. The surroundings were still silent. Zi-Chen couldn't help but frown. "Still not showing yourself? Are you waiting for me to destroy this place?" Zi-Chen's voice contained a bit of coldness. An oppressive aura immediately filled the city. "What is it?" A cold voice came from all around. However, this voice was somewhat erratic, making it impossible to determine its exact location. Zi-Chen turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He indifferently said, "Go find someone who can speak. I'll wait here." A black figure appeared in the direction of Zi-Chen's gaze. He deeply bowed to Zi-Chen. "Sect Master, please wait a moment." Zi-Chen was in the Heaven Realm, the strongest Heaven Realm expert on the Martial Heaven continent. His status naturally wasn't something a small Earth Realm assassin could talk to. Furthermore, the matter Zi-Chen was discussing was clearly something important. This assassin was tactful. The black figure flashed and vanished. He had gone to notify the higher-ups. Zi-Chen waited here. Looking at the vengeful spirits, he frowned. However, considering what he was about to discuss, he resisted the urge to purify this place. When a ray of light appeared in the sky, the vengeful spirits all vanished. The Yin wind also disappeared, and the city returned to normal. Zi-Chen stood there waiting. Night quickly descended, and the Yin wind blew once more. The vengeful spirits appeared. Zi-Chen stood there without moving. The fog covered the city, preventing the starlight from shining in. Suddenly, an even stronger Yin wind appeared. The air around Zi-Chen was filled with an eerie chill. Zi-Chen, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through them. "May I know what sect head Zi-Chen is looking for my Heavenly Assassins Alliance to discuss?" A cold voice sounded, still erratic. "Who are you?" asked Zi-Chen. "Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master." This time, the voice rang out in front of Zi-Chen. A figure, shrouded in black, appeared and stopped 10 meters away from Zi-Chen. Seeing this person appear, Zi-Chen faintly smiled. "You're quite confident." "It's not that I'm confident, but I believe in Sect Master Zi-Chen," said the Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master. His voice was still cold. "You know why I'm here." Zi-Chen looked at him. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in black robes. Only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes could be seen. All the powers in the Tianwu continent have been united. This is an unprecedented event. It's impossible not to know about it. Sect Master Zi-Chen's visit should be related to this matter. Since you've already guessed it, I'll make it clear. I don't want to see someone eyeing us covetously and preparing to stab us in the back when the war starts. Sect Master Zi-Chen should be clear that we only fight for benefits. I admire your actions this time. However, if you want us to join you, I can only apologize. Sect Master Zi-Chen, I admire your actions. However, if you want us to join you, I can only apologize. Although the conditions offered by the sect leader were tempting, They were useless to the Skykill Alliance. Our Heavenly Assassination Alliance only wants assassins. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master looked at Ziqin and shook his head. Therefore, if this is your condition, then it's not enough. Seeing the coldness in Ziqin's eyes, the Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master continued, I hope that you won't do anything extreme. Even if you flip the entire Tianwu continent upside down, you might not be able to find our Heavenly Assassination Alliance. We're assassins. Although we only fight for benefits, sometimes we hold grudges. Ziqin's eyes turned even colder. Are you threatening me? Sect Master is already the #1 expert in the world. How would we dare to threaten you? However, if you don't want us to take action, you have to give us some benefits. Ziqin looked at them and said, What do you want? Saint crystals and another condition. Ziqin shook his head and said, I don't have any saint crystals. I know that you don't have any now. However, we heard that you'll be stepping on the Star Road. I believe that you'll have saint crystals when you return from the Star Road. Ziqin was preparing to step on the Star Road. This was no longer a secret. It was normal for them to know about it. The Star Road is very dangerous. How can you be so sure that I'll return alive? Sect Master Ziqin represents the future of this world. He has the fate of the entire world on him. I believe that you'll definitely return. In this world, there is almost no such thing as 100% possibility. Although the Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master's words sounded good, he was actually betting that Ziqin would return alive. Name your price, Ziqin said. 10 Heaven Realm heads in exchange for 1 Saint Crystal. 1 Heaven-defying head in exchange for 1 Saint Crystal. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance Master stared into Ziqin's eyes and said, This price won't do. It's too easy. Saint Crystals aren't that easy to find. If there is such a good deal, I believe that I could get over 100 Saint Crystals in a day. Ziqin shook his head and said, Not everyone is as powerful as the sect leader. My bottom line is 20 heads of the Heaven Realm and 2 heads of the Heaven-defying realm. This price is barely acceptable. Now, tell me your other conditions. The 2 of them seemed to be making a deal, but it wasn't just a simple deal. It also involved the assassins of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. They wouldn't attack the local forces. It was equivalent to both sides forming an alliance. Ziqin needed to reward them after killing the foreign forces. This was also in line with the Heavenly Assassination Alliance's standards of prioritizing benefits. Let Zhang Haotian take the stone sword and come to my Heavenly Assassination Alliance to undergo the Netherthorn trial. This trial is very fair and extremely rare. I can guarantee that no one will interfere during this period. Everything depends on whether he has the strength or not. If he dies in the trial, then it's fine. If he survives, then he'll be the new Netherthorn of our Heavenly Assassination Alliance. I can't make the decision on this matter. As long as you tell Zhang Haotian, I believe that he who has obtained the stone sword's inheritance will definitely undergo the Netherthorn trial. The last hidden danger of the Sky Martial continent had been eliminated. The Heavenly Assassination Alliance had existed for countless years. Although they were disliked by many and were even despised by others, it had to be said that they still had their reputation. So Ziqin didn't need to worry about this. Of course, this was on the premise that Ziqin fulfilled his promise and returned alive with the Saint Crystals. Netherthorn trial. A new Netherthorn? Ziqin frowned. He had never heard of such a name before. As soon as he returned to the Everlasting Sect, the elder from the Martial Heaven Alliance came to find Ziqin to ask about the situation. Ziqin nodded. The old man heaved a sigh of relief and asked, What conditions did they offer? Ziqin said, The head of a Heaven Realm expert in exchange for Saint Crystals. The elder's eyes flashed, and he said, They want to create a killing sage. It seems their goal isn't small. However, As long as they don't attack the cultivators of the Sky Marshall continent during the war, then there shouldn't be any problems. That's right. I've already notified the ancient races. I believe there will be news soon. However, have you really thought it through? Do you want to enter that special star path? Chin nodded. The elder didn't try to persuade him anymore. He got up and left. He had other things to do in the Marshall Heaven Alliance. After the elder left, Chan summoned Su Mengyao and the others to the main hall for a discussion. Soon, everyone was gathered. Zhang Haotian, Lu Peng, Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Shang Guanyuer, Wang Xianer, Qin Feng, Sun Ling, Long Hu, Barbarian Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and Devil Ape were all present. Even Evil Good Monk was present. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, Chen looked at Evil Good Monk and asked, "You haven't returned to the Buddhist sect?" Evil Good Monk looked at Chen and chuckled. "This monk guessed that you had something else to tell me. I faintly guessed that you would give me something good. This should count as some kind of opportunity, so I definitely can't leave." Chen looked at Evil Good Monk meaningfully. He couldn't help but praise Evil Good Monk's sharp senses. He had already merged the heart of the heavenly god into his heart. Very few people could sense it. He hadn't expected Evil Good Monk to sense it. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.